So I think it's good if we take our seats. Great. Then I think we should start. And the first question, of course, can you hear me okay? The sound is all right? Great. Thank you so much. So a warm welcome to this conference. And my name is Karin Per-Hans. I'm from the Swedish Research Council Formas. And I have had the pleasure of following this forest value development since the last 5 years or so. And we will have 2 very full and very intensive days, today and tomorrow. And today, on the first day, we will be mainly staying inside the forests. We will be focusing on forest management, on tree breeding, and forest logistics. And then tomorrow, we will move a bit more out of the forest and look at wood construction and wood technology from different perspectives. And there will be a mix of projects presenting, both projects that were funded in the 2017 call 5 years ago, that will be presenting their outcomes and impacts and results. And there will also be a few new projects presenting that were funded just last year. And they will mainly, of course, be presenting their plans and their aims and objectives. So we're really looking forward to that mixture. And at the end of this first conference day, we will have the pleasure of going on a very exciting tour together. And it will be out in the Madrid Metropolitan Forest. And you will hear more about that later today. And then we will also end the evening with a dinner together, those of us who have the opportunity. And the whole conference will be, if the technique allows it, the whole conference will be live streamed and it will be sent on YouTube. So people all around Europe are hopefully following this right now. So that means that we should all look our best. No. What it means is that we would have to stay to the times, keep the agenda blocks, and make sure that the people who perhaps want to listen in to a certain block in the agenda, that they can join the conference and listen to that block, and so on. So we will be quite strict with keeping the times. So with that, I will hand over to Mika, who is the coordinator of this Forest Value project.
Thank you, Karin. I will use that stand, so easier for me to stand and talk while, rather than sit down and talk. I'm not used to that. So nice to see you, everyone here. So good morning, everyone. And I would say, dear Forest Value family, friends, colleagues, and of course our distinguished speakers. So good to have you, everyone, here for the final conference. And I would say that finally to have you all here, because our original idea was that we would have the conference, we would have had the conference last spring. But due to the pandemic, causing some delays with the ongoing projects, so obviously we had then to change our plans, and we thought that, okay, how about trying it for September in Madrid? And we had fingers crossed that the pandemic would ease up, and then we would have the possibility to come down here, and finally we made it. It's so lovely to see you all here, indeed. Thank you for attending. And now, as Karin already told you, so we have 17 projects from the joint call 2017 presenting their outcomes here. And then we have this date now also allows to learn more about the expected outcomes of those 8 transnational projects which were selected for funding in the second Forest Value joint call back in 2021. And this will be an excellent opportunity for these new projects to link and network with the joint call 2017 projects too, and who knows what valuable ideas might come up with this networking here. And ladies and gentlemen, so just a few words, because I don't know, somebody following online perhaps does not know too much about the history of forest value, so I will just give a very brief introduction to forest value as such. So the Eranet co-fund action Forest Value, and the whole name is Innovating Forest-Based Bioeconomy, was officially started 5 years back on the 1st of October 2017. And we then announced, and this is a direct quote from our proposal, that the aim of ForestValue is to comprise the joint implementation of a transnational call for proposals for research, development and innovation in the forest-based sector with a clear financial commitment from the participating national or regional research programs and the European Union. And indeed, with your help, so we have succeeded in this. And actually even, in my opinion, exceeded expectations by having 2 transnational goals rather than the one we were aiming for. But we should not forget that this is not just a single Horizon Europe project, but kind of one part of series of projects and building up the European-wide partnership for the forest-based sector. And this is just to remind you, those of you who know the history, that back in the success story we are talking here was initiated back in 2004, when we started with the very first ERANET in the forest-based sector. And that time the ERANET was called Network and Integration of National Programs in the area of wood material science and engineering. And the brand name that time we used was Wood Wisdom Net. And now after 6 individual ERANET projects and 8 joint calls dedicated for the forest-based sector with total investments of more than 100 million euros, so we can definitely say that we have made an impact on various levels. And dear all, although it's challenging to have all of our 25 projects, plus then interesting keynote speeches, plus then an interesting site with this, and finally stimulating panel discussion at the very end of the 2 days, all this squeezed into 2 days. I really hope that you would all still have some time for networking during the breaks, in the evening, during the site visit we are going to have, etc. And if nothing else, so you could just agree to continue the discussions after the conference. And although this is the ForestValue Final Conference, so let's rather consider this as a step towards new successful entries and openings, because I'm sure that this will happen. And if you have any questions during the conference, so please just come to me and pull my sleeve. Or then Manuel, where are you here? So Manuel is the main organizer here. Thanks, Manuel, for everything already at this stage. So he knows the surroundings much better than I do. So it might happen that when you come and pull my sleeves, I will go, okay, there's Manuel, so please go and ask him. But still, so thank you, Manuel, once again. And now, dear friends, I would like to wish you all a pleasant stay here in Madrid and enjoy the show and the conference. So welcome all.
And now we will have a welcome from our host, Dominic, please.
Okay, we'll continue using this stand. I think it's much better indeed. So it is my pleasure to welcome you to Madrid, to these Royal Botanic Gardens. Unfortunately, the director is down under, is in Australia, I'm told at present. This is a very historic institution. It has 265 years of history. So that's a lot of time, and I urge you to take a walk around and enjoy the particularities of these Royal Botanic Gardens. I'm the director of the Spanish Research Agency. That's the main research organization, funding organization in Spain. We have a yearly budget this year of about 1.5 billion euros. And we found research in practically all fields of science and humanities. I myself, I am a physicist, so I am quite far away from your field of expertise. So my collaborators prepared some notes for me to read with some relevant information that I want to convey to you all. It's clear that forest ecosystems are very important. And at present, I think, and particularly in the cases of Spain, they are particularly important for three main reasons. One is the challenges that climate change is bringing. For instance, of course, it's not 100% proven that the abnormal high temperatures that we had this summer and the forest fires that went all across southern Europe in particular, but also move up in Europe, has been have been a real disaster. It's a real matter of concern for us, and in particular, I have here some figures from the European Forest Fire Information System that show that Spain has been one of the most heavily impacted so far, with more than 283,000 hectares burned, followed by Romania, Portugal, France, and Italy. So here we are facing a challenge. As I said, there is not a mathematical proof that this is directly connected to climate change, but all hints point in that particular direction. And that, of course, has many implications. It has many implications, particularly in a country like Spain that is, most of its surface is of Mediterranean character, and drought and wildfires are always something that worry us. Then, of course, there is another point of interest, another point of another priority for us, which is, and it's actually not unrelated to the previous one, which is to the economic exploitation of forestry industry, how that can be related to these problems that I just mentioned, wildfires in forests, husbandry of forests are, of course, very relevant for this matter. And although the forest industry is not as developed in Spain as in other countries, it's clear that going in that direction and promoting forest industry and exploitation, that adds value to our forests, and that will undoubtedly help in the conservation and protection of these of those ecosystems. In fact, we know that the turnover of the sector, the economic turnover of the sector is very relevant. I have here the figure of 20,000 million euros per year, generating 130,000 jobs, and that, of course, is a lot. And finally, there is a third point of interest for us, which is the problem of the depopulation of rural areas. This is currently a matter of concern, a matter of interest in Spain. Finding ways, for instance, through forestry or the means that forestry can provide, is a way of attaching population to the outback, to the rural areas, and that is certainly very, very relevant in the present situation, and it's also related to the other 2 points of interest that I mentioned. To finish, I already said a few figures concerning the activities of our agency, which, as I said, is the main funding agency in Spain by far. And looking at the European context and our participation in European programs, in general, we are happy about that. Spain is the 4th more active country within the framework program. Spain ranks first in Challenge 2, so topics in sustainable agriculture and forestry, among others, and second in Challenge 5, climate, environment, and raw materials. Concerning the participation of Spain and Spanish researchers in European partnerships, we are proud of our results. Spain has experienced a very significant increase during the last decade, and is certainly one of the most active countries in the EU in that respect. Our agency, the Spanish State Research Agency, participates in more than 50 transnational initiatives in different areas through several European instruments. Before this ERANET, we coordinated for Esterra. We have been talking about that a while ago. We're having coffee. And that program ended a while ago. Now we are here in ForestValue. I have to say that our performance in ForestValue has not been very impressive. We have funded projects for less than 1 million a year, but we would like certainly, and we are committed to improving our results in the future. I don't have much more to say. Just to finish, I would like you to thank the whole ForestValue team for the dedication, the commitment, and particularly to those that have been responsible for organizing these sessions. I wish you a very successful, a very fruitful, and a very happy stay in Madrid. Enjoy, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dominic. And now we have a keynote speech from Nicholas at the European Research Executive Agency. So, a warm welcome.
Thank you. I just need to plug this, I think, I don't know if I should do it directly here.
Manuel, we need... Wait a minute.
I don't need this.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I will stay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Nicolas Fèvre. I work for the European Research and Executive Agency, so in Brussels. And I actually joined ForestValue pretty late in the life cycle of the project, as I replaced the previous project advisor. Nevertheless, so it was actually a pleasure to get along the project and also get to know the different activities of an ERANET, which is a specific scheme actually within the range of projects that we finance within the Commission. So just to remind you a bit of the mandate from my organization, because it changed actually recently. As you probably know, so we need to carry on tasks so related both to the implementation of the EU Framework Program for Research Innovation, to select, also evaluate, so this research and innovation project, as well as providing administrative support, so to the different actions, and finally, which actually changed in the recent years, was to provide support and policy feedback. So I'll come back to that actually later, because this is a very important also part of the project life cycle. So as we are now so close to the end actually of ForestValue, so because you have undergone so evaluation, grant agreement preparation, all these different steps, now we are more into the let's say final step of the monitoring of the project and the support of the exploitation of the results from the different ForestValue actions, the dissemination of the results, and the policy feedback. So ForestValue was funded in the Horizon 2020 Research Innovation Work Program under the Social Challenge 2. This is just a figure, just to show you, because yesterday at the SCAR meeting, so we also discussed somehow how actually the importance of research that has been put in terms of investment over the last, let's say, 10 years. And so you can see that there has been an increase, a notable increase actually in the funding associated to forest-related projects, ranging both from sustainable forest management, carbon farming, carbon sequestration, and so on. And especially so there will be a bit more and more attention to this area of research under Horizon Europe. This actually ranged from a very different area of projects. I don't know if you can see it, but most of the, let's say, of the action funded on forestry and so on are mostly research innovation action, so that's a big green area. There are also coordinated and support action, which are a bit similar like to the ERANET, but at a smaller scale. And this actually in Horizon 2020 represented 250 projects. And under Social Challenge 2, so there were more specifically projects related like to research and technological development in European forests. So this project, so as I said, so the different calls in Horizon 2020 were organized in a way that we wanted to have this cluster or portfolio of projects such as forest value, sincere land support, so looking more at the collaboration between National Research Funding Agency, ecosystem services, integrated land management, also IT tools for forest technologies, but also to have complementary projects looking at like the interaction of, let's say, forest and forestry with climate change issues, with the data harmonization at European level, and looking at genetic resources and forest products, links with also agricultural, environmental, public goods. In Horizon Europe, as I said, so this research will intensify the evaluation, the priority for the RNI policy is actually to follow closely the Green Deal, the European Green Deal policy priorities. So in terms of accelerating the ecological transition to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. As particular emphasis actually will be on valuation, restoration of biodiversity and ecosystem services, the management of biodiversity in primary production, and also and most importantly, the multifunctionality actually and management of forest in Europe, based on the 3 pillars of sustainability, so environmental, economic, and social. I just put here a few calls that has been already published. So in the 2021-2022 work program. So I don't know if you were involved actually in the preparation of proposal for these calls. Nonetheless, so actually keep in mind that the next work program, so 2023-2024, will be released so very soon, and there will be info days so in late October, so 25th of October, if I'm not mistaken. Forest value, so in a few words, I kept this slide very short because I know that we will be talking about it a lot. So, so this represented actually a very essential, actually, let's say, stock taking of research, actually for the Commission and especially for us looking at the forest portfolio in terms of projects, also with a strong national component, which will be also useful for us so to tap in for policy uptake. And in terms of impact, obviously, so this contributed, so with the variety and the diversity of projects funded under Forest Value that I'm very eager actually to discover today, it's contributed like to many different areas which are also mirroring so the EU forest strategy, but also over policy at European level, so EU climate adaptation strategy, agricultural policy, and so on. So there is also a very strong aspect in forest value that I just wanted to mention here, because this will be also, I think, repeated during the day. To see forest value a bit as an incubator, so for new research initiatives and also research and foresight in terms of RNI in forest, with the actually new EU4 projects, which will allow actually, which will be a precursor a bit for the new EU4 partnership on forest, and also the EU Forest Strategy for 2030, which has been revised recently, which will also be benefiting from the results of the research in terms of refining of the targets. So here is just a reminder of the strategy and the different also aspects in which all of your project actually contributed and fitted in. And it's really important actually for us in this policy feedback phase to be aware that the different projects actually have both repercussion at a national level, but also fit into the refining of the EU policy cycle. And I will end with this, just also like to thank not only let's say, the project, Mika, for the fruitful collaboration. Also, congratulations to you for meeting like the deadlines and the timeline like during the project. Also wanted like to say a thank you like to Paul, the financial also officer who couldn't be here but also assisted the project into the administrative process. So thank you all, and I wish you all a good day.
Thank you so much. Are there questions to Mika, Dominic, or Nicolas? If not, then I suggest that we move to the first actual session of this first conference day, and we are perfectly on time, which will be helpful, I promise. The first session is titled Multifunctional Use of Forests and Policy Implications. And we have 4 projects presenting in this time slot that will be 1 hour before the coffee break. And 2 of the projects are new projects, just started last year or this year, and they will present their plans and aims for about 10 minutes. And then we have 2 projects that was funded in 2017, that are finished, or they will present the results and impacts and so on for a little bit longer, almost 15 minutes. And we will do it so that if we will notice that the time is sort of running out, then I will show 2 minutes towards the end, and if the time is really up, I will be scary and impolite and start moving around. And we will do it so that we will save the questions and the discussion towards the end of this block. So when all 4 projects have presented, then we will have a joint discussion and questions and answers session. So with that, I will welcome the first project up, and that will be Tord from Sweden. Welcome.
Okay, do I simply switch here?
Yes. Perhaps escape. Mika, how does we find this? Oh, here.
Google search.
Yes.
You found it?
Yes. Okay.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Karin. So I'm Tord Snell from the Swedish Species Information Center at Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and I will present this new project, Sustainable and Multifunctional Use of Forest Biomass. And these are the partners of this project. It's me at SLU and also Johanna Lundström, who will be doing forestry simulations in the project. At Syke in Helsinki, Sampo Soimakallio is a partner, and at Nina in Norway, Jenny Nordén is a partner, and then finally at the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research, Line Nybacken is the partner, and there you have the budget, and well, we have just started off this project. And well, yes, I first just want to let you know that this project, it essentially builds on earlier AeroNet project that I've led, Biodiversa project, and also I think the precursor of a ForestValue project, which is some forests. So these AeroNet projects, they are really valuable in moving our research forward, I would say. And the structure of the projects have been the following, and I essentially want to present that structure for you to see how the current project will build on earlier work that we've done. So we generally start off with running simulations at EU or global level, simulating socioeconomic or land use scenarios, as you can see here on the slide. We downscale these down to the national level, and then we study national or landscape forestry scenarios. Later on, we investigate how do those future scenarios affect the human well-being, metapopulations, communities, biodiversity in general, and non-wood ecosystem services. A key component of our work is developing models for being able to project the development of biodiversity into the future. So that is a major part of our work, which also includes answering basic ecological questions that we need to answer in order to do these simulations. We also indeed investigate the effect of climate on biodiversity and these non-wood ecosystem services. So in order for you to understand how we are working, I will present just briefly results of two publications that just came out from these earlier projects. And the first one focuses on the ecosystem services here. So we have studied different climate change mitigation strategies or scenarios for the future and how they may affect the non-wood ecosystem services. You can see down there below that we contrast more production-based scenarios on bioeconomy, bioenergy, and the current policy for climate change mitigation against more natural climate solutions, which is here described as set aside. And then we investigate how ecosystem services may respond to that. We also investigate how these may change depending on climate scenarios. The next one focused more on biodiversity box that I earlier showed. Here we have worked on investigating how we can rebuild the boreal green infrastructures and contrasted an economy-focused and reference scenario against the scenario where we rebuild the green infrastructure of the intensively managed north. And we see that we can indeed rebuild this green infrastructure, here exemplified by how red-listed deadwood fungi, a little studied organism group, may respond to this rebuilding of the green infrastructure. In this paper, we also investigate the effect on birds and on the lichen species. So this takes part of some of the boxes on this slide. And now I will move on to how we will continue this work within the current project. So the new thing we will add in this project is how these forestry scenarios may affect climate. So far, we've only all the time just investigated how climate affects forest and biodiversity and non-wood ecosystem services. So by adding this life cycle assessment, we can start investigating how do approaches that aim to mitigate climate change by sequestering carbon in the forests and in products in society versus storing carbon in the forests, and how will these different alternative strategies into the future affect non-wood ecosystem services, biodiversity, and etc. Another key task within the project is to develop an integrated optimization system so that we can actually optimize all these boxes and arrows. That will allow very exciting, I think, integrated analysis of the joint relationships between these different boxes and arrows. And this actually builds on work that was developed in the multi-forest project that Mikko will later tell about here. So we are moving that work forward within the current project. So more specifically then, the objectives of our project is to start up doing a sensitivity analysis to identify which life cycle assessment parameters are most important in affecting climate. There are quite a lot of papers published on this just now, but very little of a sensitivity analysis is actually done. My partner Sampo Soimakallio has made me understand. We will add this LCA tool to the LCA to the optimization tool, and then we will start to work on identifying trade-offs and synergies for reaching targets on climate change mitigation, wood harvest, including then, as I said, investigating the effect of long-lived products versus shorter-lived products, how non-wood ecosystem services may respond, how biodiversity may respond. We think that the answer to these questions vary depending on the time frame we study. So we will study the coming 30 years or the coming 100 years, and we will also make use of the different climate scenarios that we have access to. Then also we will work on trying to identify now optimal pathways of national forest biomass use that reach our societal targets on these different uses. That is, pathways that are sustainable and multifunctional. Additionally, we will interact with stakeholders. We actually had one meeting in August and another meeting last week. We will investigate how their preferences regarding forest biomass use and forest management may affect all these responses that I repeatedly mentioned and listed here again, as you can see. And then finally, we will, together with these stakeholders, write a synthesis report on this subject. I think it would be a very fruitful exercise for us as scientists leading this writing of the report, but then also having stakeholders of different kinds given their view and impact on these issues. We started that discussion with the meeting last Friday, actually. Okay, so here is an overview that we have in the application highlighting or summarizing the work. Work package 1, we're simulating lots of future forestry scenarios. We work in work package 2 on the LCA. Then in work package 3, we start working on the optimization. In work package 4, we have this interaction with stakeholders giving their view on the life cycle assessment, but also management. And then finally, we will also simulate scenarios that represent their preferences, and finally disseminate new knowledge on future forests together with them. So, thank you very much. That was my project.
You can Thank you so much. And it's tempting to start to ask questions immediately, but we will keep them to the end. So with that, I would like to present our next speaker, Karin, also from Sweden. Welcome. Let's see. Yes.
Var hittar du? Minns det. Den är på spanska.
Det är en symbol där nere till höger. Den där.
Okay. I was speaking Spanish. Thank you very much. I'm Karin Beland Lindahl, an associate professor in political science at Luleå University of Technology in the very north of Sweden. I'm here to introduce the project Learn for Climate, which stands for Learning to Realize Multiple Forest Policy Objectives Under Climate-Related Stress and Disturbance. So this project is coordinated by myself and Luleå University of Technology in Sweden, but includes a number of additional partners in Germany, Poland, and Slovenia. And in addition to these academic partners, selected forest owners associations, companies, and environmental NGOs will participate in the capacity as non-academic partners. This project officially started in May, but due to some administrative delays, we have actually just recently started. So the aim of Learn for Climate is to support learning that enables concurrent achievement of multiple forest-related sustainable development goals and EU objectives. That means not only forest, but also biodiversity and climate, while responding to the constraining and maybe enabling roles of climate change-related stress and disturbance. So this project has a strong focus on learning, which here is understood as an important pathway to change among decision makers and actor coalitions. It involves changes in actors' way of thinking, their beliefs, which in turn then may lead to changes in behavior or in policy. So climate-related stress and disturbance you're all familiar with, storms, droughts, fires, and other events. And most often these events are understood and portrayed as disastrous, which they of course truly are sometimes. But policy research also shows that these kind of shocks, they can also have the capacity to open up new opportunities for learning and change. So under the influence of climate-related stress and disturbance, do policy makers learn? Does policy change? If so, under what conditions? And what about forest owners and managers? Do they learn? How do they respond? And if they do, how do the responses affect long-term ecosystem service delivery and opportunities for synergies and making trade-offs? And maybe most importantly, how can learning be accelerated to actually promote goal achievement? So these are some of the questions that Learn for Climate will explore. Our point of departure is that climate-related stress and disturbance is, of course, affecting forest ecosystems that you can see illustrated in the outer box in this picture. This, in turn, affects and triggers responses from what we as policy scientists call the policy subsystem, the inner circle here. We're particularly interested in how the policy subsystem responds and to what extent these responses involve learning. So first, we target the policy level where different actor coalitions, groups of actors are trying to influence this decision maker to respond in ways that reflect their interests. And this is here illustrated in the small box, upper small box, labeled policy learning. Second, we're interested in forest owners and managers' responses to stress and disturbance, but also to policy changes. And this is here labeled social learning in the left lower small box. Third, we want to know how the forest owners and managers' responses affect the long-term provision of ecosystem services and biodiversity. And with that, the opportunities for synergies and trade-offs, and that's in the lower right box, called scientific learning. However, we also want to know to what extent new scientific knowledge generated by the project affects actors and partners that are part of the project, if it affects their learning. This is what's addressed by the term collaborative learning at the top of the inner box. So more specifically, this project is organized into 5 work packages. Work package 1 is about management, so I'm not saying more about that. Work package 2 focuses on policy making at the national and EU level. The objective here is to identify factors that enable and inhibit policy learning and policy change by analyzing policy documents, for instance, looking at them before and after some major disturbance events, and by conducting interviews, focus groups with policymakers and actor coalitions. In Work Package 3, the focus is on local and regional selected case study areas that's been subject to some kind of disturbance or stress during the last 20 years. So the objective here is to investigate the forest owners' and managers' responses to these events. Did they adapt the management, or is it, continuing status business as usual? However, owners and managers are rarely free to do just what they want. So we're also interested in how they understand the regulations and guidelines that the authorities provide, and how they would respond if they looked in a different way. So their motivations and actions will be explored by a combination of service, in-depth interviews, and focus groups discussions. Based on the forest owners and managers' responses that were documented in Work Package 3, alternative forest management scenarios will be produced. And in Work Package 4, these landscape-level scenarios will be simulated to predict future forest ecosystem service delivery and biodiversity outcomes, given then the managers and owners' different responses. And synergies and trade-offs will be assessed using multi-criteria decision analysis. The objective of Work Package 5, finally, is to facilitate collaborative learning among actors and project partners that are taking part in the project, and to assess the extent and nature of their learning that actually come out of the interactive activities that are conducted as part of the project. So the research result will be continuously disseminated and discussed in participatory workshops on the national and EU level, and learning outcomes will be continuously assessed using online actor service. All work package tasks will be conducted in all case study countries, and this is to be able to allow for a comparative analysis of outcomes in different governance, biophysical, and also socioeconomic contexts. So since we've just started the project, we have no results or outputs to report. However, the project is expected to generate new knowledge about factors enabling and constraining learning and policy goal achievement and the influence of climate-related stress and disturbance. It will also generate new innovative methods for promoting and assessing learning. And finally, it will generate decision support and policy briefs with specific policy recommendations, how to promote learning and goal achievement under climate-related stress and disturbance. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin, again. And now we will welcome Mikko from Finland up. And we'll see if we can find it. Yes. Is it this one?
Control L.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
Okay, good morning everyone. It's my pleasure to be here telling you briefly about results from our project, Multi-Forest project. My name is Mikko Mönkkönen and I've been coordinating this project for over the past 3 years. So this project is about management for multifunctionality in European forests. in the era of bioeconomy. And today I will just briefly go through the main findings from our project. You will find more information about the project. There's a printed copy of our press release available at the registration desk. And I will also show you a link to our recently released press release where you can find more details about the project. This is a project with 7 partners from 5 different countries, 6 institutional partners and 1 private company was involved with the budget of about 1.8 million euros. And I take this opportunity to acknowledge my partners and collaborators. This has been very, how to say, pleasant project to coordinate, thanks to very dedicated partners, including Turt and Astor and Clara, who are here today with us. So, a little bit of a background. As we all know, forests are under various and often conflicting societal demands. We have policy documents at the national scale, for example, forest strategy, bioeconomy strategy, biodiversity strategy in many countries. And one of the main focus in all those many of those policy documents that there should be increase in wood biomass harvesting for the purpose of bioeconomy and bioenergy. Similar policy documents also exist at the EU level. Yet at the same time, we have policy documents that very much focus on halting biodiversity loss, safeguard ecosystem services, and contribute to climate change mitigation. So multifunctionality here is keyword in many of those policy documents. And in this project, we were interested in how to figure out how much those policy documents are in conflict within one country, and if there's a conflicting objectives between national level policies and EU level policies. So we tried to figure out how coherent or incoherent these policy documents are, and what might be the consequences of those coherencies or incoherencies on ecosystem services and multifunctionality. And finally, we were also interested in figuring out what management is needed for multifunctionality if we really want to maintain multifunctional forest at the European scale. So this is our workflow, and this has much in common with Turt's new starting project. So the data that we used are forestry files, forestry data from national forest inventories. And those data we simulated with alternative management options for 100 years' time into the future. So each parcel of land at the national scale has several alternative future trajectories. And using forest ecosystem service and biodiversity indicators, we were able to evaluate what might be the outcome if we select this or that management type or option. Then we created, we took, at the national scale, we took policy documents representing national forest strategy, biodiversity strategy, and bioeconomy strategy. And at the EU level, we took EU 2030 biodiversity strategy. And we translated those into scenarios. And using this kind of a scenario approach, we were able to come up with demands for timber, ecosystem services, and biodiversity, each and every of these policy documents included. And then we used optimization tools to figure out what sort of a management is needed to achieve, to best achieve those objectives in each of these scenarios. And using the indicators that we have for forest ecosystem services and biodiversity, by comparing these scenario outcomes, we were able to analyze and evaluate the outcomes in terms of timber demand achievement, impacts on forest ecosystem services, and also figuring out what is the kind of management that is needed to best achieve the goals. And this was repeated in 4 different European countries, including Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Germany. in German case, it was the region of Bavaria. So, bit of a main results. First of all, we noticed that there are conflicts and trade-offs among those policy documents. So the main message here that policies should acknowledge the interactions and balance the trade-offs among forest ecosystem services instead of just narrowly focusing on prominent ecosystem services. And if we fail to do so, we risk multifunctionality, and the kind of a disregarding these trade-offs among objectives may cause unpredictability and inefficiency in policy implementation. Secondly, because there are trade-offs and conflicts among objectives and policies, we found out that the best way to alleviate the negative effects of these incoherence is to diversify management at the large scale. And this also means diversifying forest management in space. For example, in Finnish case, this is a picture from a Finnish case study. We noticed that if we really want to achieve the policy objectives from these different policy documents, we should apply very intensive timber production on 1/3 of the area. So 1/3 of the landscape should focus really on timber production, while at the same time 2/3 of the land should be focusing more on biodiversity and non-timber ecosystem services, some sort of a multifunctional management, including very extensive type of management options. And this obviously requires close collaboration with landowners and societal stakeholders if we really want to implement this sort of a strategy. Third, we found out that forests may play a very important role in climate change mitigation, but we shouldn't overemphasize the role of forest here. And this is because of the inherent conflicts among objectives. So if we only focus on climate change mitigation objective, we may put multifunctionality and biodiversity at risk. That's one of the main messages coming out from our research. I will skip this to save time. So, impacts, policy recommendations. This is you see the address here. You can find our policy briefs online. And as I said, there's printed versions of the printed copies of the policy brief on the registration desks. So, main recommendations. First of all, because incoherence causes inefficient policy implementation, we should promote interaction among policy domains to improve policy coherence. That's the main message for policymakers. Secondly, for long-term sustainability, we should develop and implement ambitious biodiversity policies, because biodiversity is the very basis of sustainability. If we don't have functional, diverse ecosystem, we don't have forest and forestry section. Thirdly, because we found out that this diversification of management is very important to mitigate the policy conflicts, we need to develop a strategy to guide diversification of forest management to sustain multifunctionality of the forest landscapes. This project is running to its end. We already have had our final meeting where we figure out what might have been the main value of this scientific cooperation. First of all, perhaps one of the main added value of doing this in concert is that we have comparable results from different countries. We really can compare and have more general results from at the European scale. And also this combination of national scale and continental scale analysis would not have been possible without this international cooperation. We also organized stakeholder meetings, international stakeholder meetings. So stakeholders from different countries were involved in the very same stakeholder interaction. And our impression is that this is a good way to realize that there are perhaps common challenges, but also common opportunities in different countries in terms of policy implementation. But perhaps, as Tord already emphasized, perhaps the most long-lasting outcome of this international cooperation is that we have an optimization tool. We developed an optimization tool that is openly available. Everybody can start using it. It's fairly user-friendly already now, even though we struggle on building a kind of a very good user interface for it. But it's available, and we think that it's very flexible for many different kinds of optimization, large-scale optimization problems that we have in the forest and forestry sector. And finally, unexpected peculiarities and barriers. The organizers asked me to say something about this. And perhaps the main kind of a unforeseen thing during this project has been this COVID-19 pandemic. And just yesterday, when I was thinking what to say about this, I realized that this has been a positive thing from our side because our project went online. And we end up having, in the most intensive phase of the project, we ended up having weekly online meetings among the partners. And that made it very efficient, particularly when we were building this optimization tool. That was very good from our perspective. Instead of having physical workshops, we ended up having these weekly online meetings. And that was, I think, very good. Luckily, we had a chance to have our kick-off meeting in Jyväskylä 3 years ago before the COVID pandemic started. So that was kind of a necessary thing to get to know each other and to trust each other better. And we also, after this COVID pandemic, we were able to have our final meeting in Ruhpolding last spring. Thanks a lot for your attention. That was a brief summary.
Thank you so much. And now, the last presenter in this block before the discussion, before the coffee break, will be Patrick from France. Let's see. Oh, perhaps you will pick yours.
Yeah, that's this one. So thank you. Good morning. I will present you today the project I led, which is iMaestro. So my name is Patrick Vallet, but there are a lot of people behind this project, and we worked a lot together. So the project is iMaestro for innovative forest management strategies for a resilient bioeconomy under climate change and disturbances. We were a lot of people, so we were coming from 5 partners here. We had the AFI from Bonn, Potsdam Institute for Climate, both in Germany, University of Agriculture in Krakow, colleagues are here, University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, and INRAE at Grenoble in France. And as for Mikko, the project started in 2019, in May, so we had the chance to have the kickoff meeting. And the project will finish, is not finished yet, as we will finish in October, next October, so we are in the final rush. Doing a lot of remaining things for the project. And we also had the chance to have the final meeting together in Krakow this year. So as for Karine, I start my presentation by a quite dramatic picture for forest. She presented us some fires. We didn't talk together before. So that's good that she had the fire for the forest. I have a storm here from a picture that was took in the Tatra Mountains in Poland. So you can see here that forests have to face a lot of disturbances, fires, storms, insect pests, and there are other ones. And this is the main problematic of our project iMaestro, which was we wanted to address the question, are more complex forests more resilient to disturbances? So when we talk about complexity in forest, we have to define that. And we talked about complexity at two scales. The first scale is the stand scale, which we call the alpha diversity. And I put here some pictures, two pictures. On the left-hand side, you have Pinus pinaster plantation in France. You can see that we have a few species, actually here only one species, and the simple diameter structure, because here all the trees grew at the same time, so it's a very simple stand. And on the opposite, you can have on the right-hand side a very complex forest at the stand scale with many species, many diameter, and many different diameters with small trees, medium trees, big trees. And so that's what we call the alpha diversity at the stand scale. And we also addressed the question at the beta diversity, which is at the landscape scale, and that makes a link with Mikko's presentation, as we try to see if we would have more resilience for the forest if we had a low variety of stand, like on the left, or a higher variety of stand, like on the right, which is what proposed Mikko for multifunctionality either. So we addressed this question at the two scales, but in forest, time is very long, and we couldn't make experiments, field experiments for that, to address both two questions, so we used a modeling approach. So I will give you a few results. We had a lot more results during the project, but in 10 minutes it's quite tricky to show all of them. So for the stand scale, what we did is we generated some different stands virtually with various complexity for species and diameter structure. We applied theoretically 3 levels of storms, small storms, medium storms, big storms. And then we simulated the growth using different models. We used different models to stabilize the results. And we analyzed the resistance, resilience, and recovery of these stands. And one of the main outcome is this one. Is on the left, in red here, you have the Gini index, which shows the diversity, which is an index of diversity in size. And the number of species in blue here. And on the y-axis, you see the effects that these variables have on resilience. So unfortunately, we can see that the tree size diversity or number of species have much less effects on resilience than the other factors that are the diameter, the mean diameter, or the storm of the wind. We also put, as we had different models, we also have a big effect of the model, but it's included in the results. For the landscape scale approach, we didn't use virtual simulations. We use 3 case studies. One in the Bauges in France, which is a mountain forest with more than 50,000 hectares. And one in Poland village, which it is quite the opposite. It's a plain forest, more with even edge stands. And another case study in Slovenia, Snesnik, with, again, a mountain forest. So for this approach, this is a chain of our work. We had a lot of work for initializing the case studies. Then we did the simulation up to 2100 using different, again different forest models. And then we analyzed the outputs. To do that, we applied also disturbance scenarios. And for the disturbance scenarios, we had to develop this database on forest disturbances in Europe. I guess that Karin, you do know this database, or you need to know it. This was one of the big outcomes of the projects, and the link is here. It's usable for anybody who wants to use it. So we defined disturbance scenarios for the future. And we also use different climate scenarios and also different forest management scenarios. So 10 scenarios, intensification, extensification at different scales, at the stand scale, at the landscape scale. So resulting in 10 management scenarios to create different type of alpha and beta diversities. And as for, well, mainly beta diversities, but we cannot change only beta diversity. It does change the other diversity too. And one of the results here is that when we change the beta diversity, we also there is a trade-off between the alpha and the beta diversity, the diversity at the stand scale and the diversity at the landscape scale. When, for example, you have a case study like in montane for the Bauge, the stands are very diverse, so the alpha diversity is very high, but to create a different landscape diversity, you have to include even-age forests, for example. So that's why there is a trade-off between these both indicators. And in Milic, for example, in red here, you have the opposite. You have a plain forest, so it's more a heterogeneous landscape of homogeneous stands. It's the opposite for the Bauge. So that was one of the first results here. And we also looked at the beta diversity on the harvested volume and the disturbed by the storms volumes. And we see on the left here that there is not much effect of the beta diversity on harvested volume. Even if the green line rise up, it's not significant here, and the other ones are not significant either. But for the disturbed volume after disturbance, it seems that at least for the montane forest, there is an effect of the beta diversity on the disturbed volume. So if I summarize the key messages, coming from the first results, because we haven't finished yet, so it's still in progress behind, and these ones were from last week. So management scenarios indeed result in different diversities, both at stand scales and landscape scales, which is already a result. We had these trade-offs between both alpha and beta diversity. And we also saw that there is a low effect of beta diversity at the landscape scale on the harvested volume, but that in montane forest, we can have, we might reduce the volume disturbed by increasing the beta diversity. So I focused on these results, but we were 5 partners working for 3 years and a half, so we had a lot of results from the different parts. I mentioned the database on forest disturbance in Europe, but we also developed 2 other databases, one for evaluating the vegetation model, another one for forest recovery. We had results on methodological results, for example, using satellite data for the detection of disturbances, or airborne laser scanning methods, for example. We also had results like results on recovery using field studies, or site indices models, for example. And we were in a project which was more dedicated for research more than for industrial results. And so we had so far 19 scientific articles, and they are all listed on our website, which is indicated here. So I thank you for your attention. And here, this is a picture that was shot in our final meeting. And you can see here that we have, unfortunately, a low gender diversity. But anyway, this was a very nice group, and I thank them very much.
Thanks a lot to all of you. And actually, because of thanks to your excellent timekeeping, all 4 of you, we have 15 minutes for questions and discussions, which I think is very valuable. So I think I will just open up to questions from the audience, and I assume that we would have a microphone, a hand microphone. Yeah, perfect. Yes, Anne. Okay.
Oh. 1, 2. It's on. Okay, right. Thank you. I'm Anne Tolvanen from Finland Natural Resources Institute. I have my question to Mikko. I enjoyed your presentation a lot. Thank you. Very clear and easy to follow. You said that the outcome of the kind of the balancing of the three strategies is that 1/3 of forest is used for intensive forestry, the traditional way of using them, and 2/3 to the multiple use. Did you look at what this balancing of these three strategies, what does it impact on the availability of timber or wood? Does it decrease? Because we know that the need for using wood is increasing because of the energy crisis and Ukrainian war. And whatever we try to do the balance, there is strong emphasis towards industry wanting to cut more forest.
Indeed, we evaluated also the kind of optimal management strategies from the point of view of timber and ecosystem services and biodiversity. But because these were based on kind of optimizing the management for particular policy scenario, the timber demand was somehow fixed. For example, Finnish forest strategies has a very concrete objective of harvesting 80 million cubic meters of timber per year. And we optimized management to reach that goal. So our results show that it is possible to meet this 80 million cubic meter annual harvesting if we diversify. And that really requires kind of a combination of very intensive forestry on 1/3 of the land and extensive, less intensive forestry on 2/3 of the land.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more questions in the middle. 3 more questions.
Yes, I'm not sure if this one is working. It is. So
Yes.
my name is Erik Sorono. I'm from Lund University in Sweden. I have a question for the first presenter, Tord, on your project. You mentioned timescales you were looking into of 30 and 100 years. So the first question is, what's the rationale behind those choices? And secondly, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but does your analysis include also an possibly expected future change in stance of other species? I'm thinking specifically of hardwoods in the, let's say, Northern European, Mid-European stance. Thank you.
Yes. Do you hear me now? Yeah. Regarding the timescales, we are around the year 2020 now, and the shorter timescale was 30 years, which corresponds to focus year of 2050. And this is a year of large policy relevance, so that is a main reason why choosing that. But I think that when studying forests, it's also important to indeed acknowledge also the longer timescales, because these are slow systems. So that's the reason why we also studied the 100-year horizon. Then regarding use of different tree species, we are using a Swedish forest simulation tool called Heureka that has been developed for 20 years and are used by all the also large forest companies in Sweden. And it has the possibility of using different tree species. And indeed, that is part of the different forest management that we choose from and simulate. So using also more exotic species is part of this more intensified forest management. So we have that possibility, and we've used it in the past, such as in the project that Mikko described, and also in my earlier projects that I mentioned here.
Great, thanks. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hello. I'm Andreas Weidenhiller from Holzforschung Austria. My question is to Patrick. You said as one of your results was that the species diversity had very little effect on storm resilience. And so, yeah, maybe it's a two-part question. Has this been an expected result? Did you expect this outcome? And the second part of the question is, of course, storms are only just one type of disaster. We also have other disasters like fires, and I think you also mentioned attacks by beetles and stuff like that. So I guess that species diversity is more important, especially for attacks by beetles and things like that.
Okay, thanks. So for the first question, for the first part of the question about the species diversity, we have to, well, we hesitated preparing the presentation to talk about species diversity or species composition, which is quite different. And we want, as our main objective was to study species complexity, we tried to assess the effect of the number of species. Do we if we add more species, do we have more resilience to disturbances? So this was what I presented here was quite an expected result, that it doesn't change a lot. But we have different results if we look at species composition, because when we have we can choose species that are more resilient to storms. So, oh, sorry. Does that mean that I'm not close enough to the microphone? Okay, thanks. So if we choose carefully some species are more resilient, but it's more a matter of species choice or species composition than species diversity. So I had another graph, but with species composition and the effect of species composition. If you choose carefully your species, you will have more effect on resilience. So you're right. About the second part of the question, we mainly focused on storms so far, so I will be very careful about fires, and we will have projects on fires coming. But so, well, actually I will be careful enough to not say anything. But what we had a study a few years ago showing that so far it will probably change in the future, but in forest the main disturbances remains the storms. Even if fires are very dramatic, and we saw that last summer, so far the disturbed volumes remains mainly by storms. And we had papers from Sillery, I think, in 2013, which is very interesting for that. And we can also make queries on the disturbance database we created.
Great. And I think you were first, yes.
Hello, my name is Andreas Nikolaus Kleinschmidt von Lenkert, and I have a question to you. Thank you for a great presentation. It's related to the policy development and the political environment. We see today a very complex structure. We see many actors, and we see priorities in the political debate popping up, going down, and we see different interest groups. We see those who make alliances. Recent votes across Europe show immediately who can win and who's probably not understanding. My question is, how can you try to reflect that? How can you, because you mentioned very well, and find this very interesting what you presented, this learning of policy, so to say. How do we see the rational and the objective-driven policy making, and then what we can, if you allow me to say, the power games that we also see? Thank you.
Well, thank you for this question. As I explained in the work package 2, on the national level, we are going to both look at policy, actually what is in the policy document. For instance, we can follow relevant policy documents over a period of time when we know there has been these kind of disturbances, the storm Gudrun, for instance, in Sweden, okay? And then we can see, can we see if there was any change, okay? But that's not really answering your question. So in addition to what is actually in the policy document, we're also going to target what we call advocacy coalitions. Okay, the advocacy coalitions, I'm sure you're all aware of them. That's the different groupings of actors that have common beliefs and want to influence policy in the specific directions. So what we're going to do is we have representatives of the major advocacy coalitions as partners in the project. So we're going to explore their positions, but also their responses, both to existing policy, to disturbing events, and to the knowledge that we present them with throughout the project. And that's exactly to get to what you're asking about. Do they learn, or do they selectively pick what kind of knowledge that suits their agendas the best? So I hope that we will be able, and this in turn actually also address other issues that other people in the panel here has been addressing. Namely, we see a need for increased policy integration. We see a need for lots of things, but the question is it going to happen, and how? And then we need to include the messiness of real life living actors who are interpreting policy, who are influencing policy. And I guess that's the main difference between our projects, really, that we have less of a modeling capacity, we have less focus on that side of the game, so to speak, but more on the messiness of actually dealing with real forest owners and real advocacy coalitions.
Great, go ahead.
Harald Fatzig from University of Natural Resources and Life Science in Vienna in Austria. And I would like to pick up on this last point, the discussion, the multifunctionality and the policy conflicts that you also presented all together. And especially Mikko, I was wondering when we do the optimizations, you can also do this on the forest enterprise level. And we know that the preferences of the forest owners might not fit very nicely to the policy objectives. So I was wondering, what are your hypotheses if you would do the whole study again, just focusing now on the targets of the forest owners and their preferences in the optimization, and how this would fit then on the national level analysis, whether you would have some kind of divergence in order to meet these timber needs and targets.
I can only speculate on that because we have not done that analysis yet, but based on the knowledge that we have on, for example, on Finnish forest owners, their objectives are very diverse. Some of them are very money-oriented, would like to manage their forest to maximize their income, but large proportion of forest owners are kind of multifunctionally oriented, or even biodiversity or recreational use oriented. So that's actually a very interesting research question, to optimize the forests on the kind of a total views of forest owners in different countries. But that's, I would guess that the results are pretty much the same, that diversification of management compared to what is current situation, where 95% of the forest under timber production is under clear-cut harvesting, the outcome would be more diverse.
Excellent. Do we have any more questions, or I think we can take one final before, I think you at the very end was the first one.
Thank you so much for the presentations. My name is David Alvarez. I'm here from Spain. My question is for both Tor and Mika. Regarding your presentations, and considering that you are very much focused to countries in North Europe, to what extent do you think that your exercise could be replicable to other countries in the south of Europe or in the region of the Mediterranean area? Thank you so much.
You want to start?
Mediterranean is a different world, I would guess. I don't know that much about Mediterranean forest and management in Mediterranean countries, but we also had a partner from Central Europe, Bavaria, from Germany, and that's I would guess the main difference is that the forests in Central Europe are more productive, so there's more opportunities then to achieve the kind of even conflicting objectives, given that there's more productivity. But I guess the situation is different in the Mediterranean region, where there is very low productivity of forest because of the climate. That's my speculation.
Yes, I agree. And actually the Some Forest project that I also presented some results of had a partner from Spain. And it's very clear how, I mean, the focus in the north is very much on extracting wood and indeed also other non-wood ecosystem services by forest owners, while forest management down in the south so much also focuses on preventing these large-scale disturbances. And the views seemingly, in that project we didn't explicitly ask the stakeholders, but it was clear from the researchers involved that this is our main concern here, so we learned about that in that way. Also, filling into what Mikko said about Bavaria is indeed also seemingly quite a little bit more varied views on how to use the forest, where the more densely populated areas down there gives larger focus on multifunctional use of the forests in general, I think is something we've learned. Yeah.
Excellent. And I think we have many more questions, at least I know I have, but I think we will have to use the coffee break to interact more with the speakers and discuss a bit more. So we will break this session now, take a coffee break outside, and we will meet again, I would say 5 minutes before would be excellent if we could sort of collect back again here. Thank you so much to all the speakers. So please take your seats. Great. So I think we are ready for the second session of the day. And this session will be 1.5 hours up until the lunch break. And it will be about forest management from many different perspectives. And all of these 6 presentations are for projects that started 5 years ago. So they have already finished or are about to finish, and they will present results and impacts and so on. And because there are 6 projects, we think that it could be good to allow for 1 or 2 questions or so after each project this time, so that you don't have to keep all your questions in mind the whole time. But we will also, like you see, we will gather all the speakers up here, and hopefully we will have a few minutes also by the end of this block, so that we can take some combined joint discussion and questions towards the end as well. But with that, I would like to welcome the first presenter, that is Silvio from Austria. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good day, good afternoon, good morning, I do not know. A good day also from my side. I'm very happy to be here. Very thank you that we have this final meeting in person. That's very fantastic here. And I have the pleasure to show the results of our common project Valor with the title Valorizing Small-Scale Forestry for a Bio-Based Economy. Oh, sorry, this was the wrong key. What is it? Okay. Sorry, I missed. Yeah, okay. Valor is a project with partners from 5 European countries. I'm from the Austrian Research Center for Forests in Austria, and we tried in our project to cover a broad range of forest ecosystems across Europe, from Northern Europe with Finland and Sweden to Central Europe, Germany and Austria, and a little bit at least to Southern Europe with Slovenia. Altogether, these 5 countries make close to 50% of the timber production in Europe. So we were strongly interested what would their contribution be for the bioeconomy. Our project started in 2020 and is just ending right now. We're just finalizing our latest papers and the final report. What was the general question of our project? The issue is that we heard already before that the forest owners might have a very important say in how forests are being managed. And if you look at the data, we see that about 60% of the European forest land is being managed by small-scale forest owners. Depending on the definition in the respective countries, that can be owners with 100 or below 100 or below 200 hectares. So these have in the bioeconomy and all the development of the forest a very important say. And our idea was to understand the contribution of these forest owners in the transition to a wood-based bioeconomy by considering their perceptions, their values on the management and also on the development of their forest. So what kind of challenges do these forest owners face? On the one side, we see societal change of small forest owner structures and the changes of their perceptions. So we have more forest owners in the urban area, for example. On the other side, we see still the growing timber demand worldwide and the increasing need to substitute fossil raw materials for bio-based agriculture and forest resources. And in the third place, we see the increasing risk of the climate change-related calamities and the need to adapt forest management to climate change. How did we tackle that? We had 4 scientific work packages. In work package 1, we were mainly trying with using a survey to understand the small-scale forest owner attitudes and willingness to adapt. In the second part, we modeled the forest grow and the timber harvest outputs as well as different ecosystem services across these 5 countries. And then we had also an economic model where we evaluated these outcomes, the model output, the harvest outputs, to understand what are the economic effects of different management strategies for the small-scale forest owners. And then we put all this data together and try to make also a multi-criteria analysis. So I just want to show briefly some of the results of all these different work packages. Some of these results are already published. Some are under revision at the moment. Some are being just in preparation. So if you have a specific question to some of the results, I can later give you show you the actual status of that. One result, one very important task of our project was to have a survey across small-scale forest owners in these 5 countries. Altogether, we had more than 2,000 respondents within these surveys, and we asked them for their value orientation and how they perceive different management activities. And very interesting for us was that the value orientation varies, of course, strongly among the countries. And we were able to group them according to the questions that we were asking them into 4 different groups. One group which said all the values, that means social values, environmental values, or economic values. So one said, okay, all values somewhat important. Some other says, okay, we mainly are interested in the environmental and social values of our forests. And another group said, okay, we are more interested in the economic and the environmental values. And a huge part also said that all values are very, very important. And it was interesting when we related these different value orientation also with the management activities that these forest owners engaged in their forests and on their activities. So we found out that those forest owners which are the most active in all these countries and who initiated the most management activities, there were also those who said all values are very important for their forests. So this was very interesting to see these differences. Maybe you also see the differences between the northern European countries and the central European countries. In the northern, it is more that the people also value the social values of the forest, which is not so much important in Central European countries. In addition to this survey, we also, with this survey, we also requested a choice experiment where we asked forest owners on if they would change their behavior, their forest management, if they would offer a certain contract over a certain period of time with a certain amount of money being paid, either being paid for increasing biodiversity or increasing carbon, or for adapting their forest to climate change, or for a more better economic return and for more timber production. And this was also very interesting, brought very different results for the different countries. Overall, we have seen that in many countries, the respondents still prefer a conventional system without contracts in all the countries except for Germany, which might be also the effect that Germany has experienced these very, very strong impacts of droughts and bug beetles within the last years at the same time when we made this survey. And when they on the other hand said, okay, I would take a contract, then they said, okay, they would vote for contracts that promote environmental goals like biodiversity and carbon, but they would not say that they would make any contracts to increase wood production. This was very clear. They would not be doing that. So if we say for a bioeconomy, oh, we need more wood, then forest owners would probably not stand on that, because we think that's probably because they see this as a part of the economy. Furthermore, we kind of used our forest inventory data from these 5 countries to forest grow models. So these were forest grow models based on the inventory data in the countries, 5 different forest grow models which have been built in all these institutions that were taking part. And with these models, we built a kind of digital forest twins and modeled forest development under 4 management scenarios. And with these models, we were able to deliver 26 ecosystem services. So this is very similar what some previous presentations have also shown, and then we want to analyze how these, what is the outcome of that. So very quickly, if we compare the low intensity and the high intensity management, I'm not going for the business as usual so much, is that with the low intensity management, the practice might lead to a wider range of wood assortments, partly also to more biodiversity, while the high intensity management practice, which would just mean that we are taking always the most productive tree species if we're planting, we're taking all to increase the wood production, would mean that we have a smaller wood assortments, more overall, more carbon in the forests, higher wood production, but also a little bit less biodiversity in terms of tree species diversity, in terms of structural diversity. Then we checked what would be the economic, what would that mean, the different strategies mean for the small-scale forest owners. And as we all have seen already within the past years, especially the small-scale forest owners struggle to adapt their forest to climate change because the prices are higher. If you want to regenerate broadleaves, you have to plant. If you are not getting the same amount of money for the timber of the broadleaves than you got for the conifers. And we could see with our economic analysis that due to the changing cost structures and the planning, the consultation that is required, the protection that might be required, that we see a decreasing profitability of the small-scale forest owners under this low-intensity management. So this might be a really obstacle for adapting the forest to the future. Finally, we did also a kind of our multi-criteria analysis. Also, we did an optimization in some way. And what we found out is, again, we have completely different ecosystems from Central to Northern Europe. We have different models. But if we looked at how the different components, how the different ecosystem services relate to each other, we found that across all these countries, these ecosystem services have revealed 6 principal components. One on wood volume and carbon, one on tree diversity, one on deadwood and volume, one on deciduous trees, the range of deciduous trees, and one on stand age and harvest and site. And what was interesting, across all these countries, we have seen that tree and stand diversity was not really correlated to wood volume and carbon storage. So if you want to, let's say we want to move our forests to have more tree species, we might not receive at the same time to have higher carbon being stored in the forest. And what we also seen that the harvest regimes, even under the intensive scenario, shows a very, very low relationship to diversity and carbon. So that might not be the problem to increase a little bit of harvest to hamper biodiversity. So just on the impacts and the summary of a little bit of outcome, we see that small-scale forest owners will undergo substantial societal and environmental changes within the next years. Small-scale forest owners will likely experience decreasing profitability, especially in Central Europe. So we need to think about how to motivate him to forest, how to motivate him to get a forest managed. We also made an analysis of subsidies. I did not show that right now. And where we looked how these subsidies are being distributed. And we have seen that the small-scale forest owners are not reached sufficiently yet. We have also seen, and this is a good news, that many small-scale forest owners are open to contract-based management system to provide ecosystem services. So that might be a future. And if we look at a very large scale of our modeling, we have seen that no single management strategy across Europe or would be reasonable across Europe or even across single countries. And we have also seen that even the common understanding of the management action is not there. So what people in Sweden understand as nature and forest management might be a different thing than what people in Slovenia think about it. That's a really huge differences. And we see that future forests will probably provide a broader range of wood assortments for the industry. And overall, we also see, and this might be policy relevant, that there are very limited synergies among carbon storage and tree diversity within all the countries. And this is might be a problem for the policy development at present. What were unexpected peculiarities? Of course, Corona was that. But for us, for the project itself, it was one problem was to receive data from paid-out forest subsidies, even if they have been from European funding organizations. So this can be really a problem for the scientific understanding how subsidies work. For example, in Germany, especially in Germany, it was mostly complicated because then the subsidies are being paid out by the lenders, and they have they just set their own databases. You cannot say, okay, it's all in Germany. And then we had also difficulties to reach the small-scale forest owners itself. In Northern Europe, it was quite simple, and especially our work package 1 on the social on the survey has been led by partners in Sweden. They were thinking, oh, that's very similar in Germany or in Slovenia. It's very similar as what we have in Sweden, and it did not happen. So this is really a difficult problem. These are they manage 60% of our forests, and we do not know where they are, what they are thinking, and this might be a real problem in the future. And for further EU surveys, and also to transfer the policies to the practitioners. And then I also think that we think is a problem that translating the forest management strategies, it's very easy to say, oh, this is nature-oriented, this is whatever, into particular activities is difficult and different across countries. And on our scientific basis where we're here, it might be very similar, very easy. We can say, okay, this is more nature-oriented or this is more timber-oriented. But the forest owners understand that completely different. So, and if we want to transfer our knowledge, then I think we have to think about other ways to reach them and to also to discuss the outcomes of their management activities. No, again, that was again the wrong one. Yeah. Finally, the value of scientific contribution. We have really, really strong crisis ahead. Climate crisis, biodiversity. We're talking about the mitigation of our forest, bioeconomy. And what science can contribute and what also our corporations can contribute is that we try to understand what these crises mean, how we can tackle with them, and how we can support new policies like the Green Deal or any national activities, but also whether these policies also work and whether they really are able to achieve these goals. And with this, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are running a tiny bit behind on the schedule, so I think we will welcome Thomas up from Sweden immediately, and then we will save the questions until the last part of the block. Thank you, Thomas.
You were late, you should have.
Okay. Thomas Nordfjell is my name, and I have led the project named with the acronym Smallwood. And it is about small diameter wood utilization. And to do this in as good way as possible. Project partners, yeah, from SLU from Sweden, Spain, Slovenia, Finland, Slovenia again, 2 partners from Slovenia, and then also 2 partners from Sweden. The last one, Brakke Forest, is manufacturing, technical manufacturing company. The other partners are universities or research institutes. And we just finalized our project. You can say that a problem in forestry is that dense forest stands with small diameter trees are expensive to treat. But for the stand development, it is important that this is done. And therefore, the objective was to develop and evaluate new technologies and also business models for a sustainable utilization of different types of small diameter wood. So this project is about harvesting of whole small trees, including branches and tree tops. And I will also say that only the main study will be presented here, and also some general conclusions related to the project as a whole. But only the main study will be presented in you can say a little bit in detail, and a lot of other results can be found on the project homepage. And for this main study, then what we did, we studied functionality, time consumption, and productivity in various small diameter stand conditions in the participating countries, Sweden, Finland, Slovenia, and Spain. And we did this on a felling head that was then modified within the project, produced by the Brakke Forest Company. And the unique part of this study was that it was operated by the same driver using the same machine in all countries. That meant that we actually had to do some truck transportations started in Sweden, Finland, Slovenia, Spain, and back to Sweden again. In total, more than 10,000 kilometers of truck transportation. Very good from a scientific perspective, perhaps a little bit questionable from a carbon perspective. And then with this technique, with this and in the different countries, we were studying then comparing two work methods, conventional selective thinning and a more geometrical way to do it. And the more geometrical way to do it is not really geometric still. It is about when using this harvesting machine, felling trees in a row beside the strip road, and doing this then more geometric than the conventional selective harvesting. And we did this in a number of different forest stands: pine, birch, beech, mix of broadleaf stands, spruce, and oak stands. There were even more stand types than this, but this was the main ones. And now I'm going directly to the results, and we're talking about results regarding to the productivity, time consumption for doing this work. And in the figures to come, then one dot represents up to 1 hour of efficient working time. It was a balanced study between the two working methods, and each study area behind each plot is something like 50 meters long and 20 meters wide, with a strip road in the middle of the area. So there we have some dots, and what does this say? Yeah, the figure here is about the productivity in dry ton harvested per productive machine hour as a function of the mean diameter at breast height of those stands, and the diameter before the mean diameter before harvest, before thinning. And the more geometric harvesting method, bomb corridor thinning, gave a higher productivity than the conventional selective method. And in general, if we have stands with an average diameter of somewhere 8 to 13 centimeter diameter at breast height before harvest, then the productivity, including both of those methods, will be somewhere between 4 to 6 dry ton biomass per productive machine hour. If you look on the same data, but different presented in a different way. Here we have productivity as function of biomass removal, because the important thing here is, of course, how much biomass do we actually be able to harvest and utilize. And we can then see that for sure now, even in this picture, the boom corridor thinning gave a higher productivity, of course. But I think it's also important to notice how much biomass removal we do actually have in those kind of stands. Many people believe that when dealing with very small diameter stands, it will also be very small volumes in the end. But the majority of the data is with biomass removal between 30 and 60 tons of dry matter per hectare, which will be about twice if you compare it in cubic meters. So it's quite a lot of biomass removed per hectare in dense small diameter stands. And so in the area of 30 to 60 tons dry tons removal per hectare, it will be something like the productivity will be 4 to 6 dry ton per productive machine hour. So go directly to some conclusions here. That studies on this technology show that it is possible to achieve economy. I haven't reported that here, but it's possible to achieve economy when thinning of small dense stands, while also improving the development potential of the remaining stand. And also that this more geometric work method, boom corridor thinning, that is an efficient method. Also, I haven't reported anything about this, but if dealing with really small trees and bushes, there are other technologies also we have studied that under right conditions have an interesting potential. And the two machines here shown, one of them is harvesting and baling the material, and the other one is harvesting and chipping the material. And this is especially if a treatment is needed for reducing the risk of wildfires. Then this kind of technologies could be very interesting. Other results, the perception among private forest owners is mainly positive towards boom corridor thinning. Also, we interviewed or asked a lot of forest owners about what they were thinking about this. And I think the second part here is very interesting. The perception within forest companies or state forestry varies more. And for me, I deal with, within this group, I think there is a higher degree of conservatism than among private forest owners. Because this way of treating, doing stand treatment, it doesn't, this is nothing they have been, they haven't, in professional foresters, their education, they haven't seen anything like this, and then they are more skeptical and less, a little bit, skeptical towards this. We did a number of environmental studies as well, and there is no important environmental drawback. To summarize it, and the main message here is that boom corridor thinning may become the normal first thinning, but, and this is very important, only under the condition that there is a long-term demand of forest biomass in the form of unbranched small trees. And if looking in that part, I mean, there is a huge there is a huge bunch of material out in the forest. This is only in Sweden. There are 750 million cubic meters that can be considered as small diameter stands, dense small diameter stands, and the situation is for sure similar in Europe as a whole. Yeah, we did a lot of publications. These are the peer-reviewed scientific papers, scientific manuscripts that will be, some of them will be part of a PhD dissertation, some proceedings and reports. The value of scientific cooperation. Yeah, this about being able to do this kind of field studies in a very wide geographical area has been very useful, and we've made demonstrations in all countries that really a lot of differences relate to normal practices, unexpected barriers. Administrative and finance systems are very, very different in different countries, and the willingness to overcome such problems, they differ also very much. And some particulars, yeah, Sweden and Finland have sometimes too soft ground conditions, Slovenia and Spain sometimes too steep, and some hardwood species, they have their name hardwood because they are a little bit hard to handle. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And we are still running a little bit behind, so I would recommend that we welcome Kajsa up to speak, if that's okay. Can you see it? Is this a pointer? I'm not sure if it works. Probably you can use the arrows just to be safe.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kaisa Marjamaa. I am from VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, and I will be presenting our project, which is a very long name, From Fundamentals to Valorization, Enzymatic Oxidation of Cellulosic Fibers and Underlying Mechanisms, or as French call it, Finance fibers. So this project is about exploring and implementing biotechnical tools, new biotechnical tools in conversion of the wood fibers into material products. So it's a little bit different from the previous talks that we have heard today. So this consortium was led by VTT, and Kristina Cruz is currently also Dean at Aalto University. The other project partners were Norwegian University of Life Sciences, NMBU, and Professor Vincent Eysing's team, and University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Austria, Boku, led by and the research team of Professor Antje Pothast. Most of the researchers in this project were like postdoctoral level, but we had also 2 PhD students in the project. We didn't have any like consortium partners in industrial consortium partners in the project, but we were very privileged to have a very active industrial advisory board composed of Metsä Fibre, SCT, UPM, Novozymes, and Acticel. So this covered like pulp and paper manufacturer, textile and tissue producer, and also industrial enzyme producers. In academic side, we had a close collaboration with a Finnish flagship project called Finceres. So this is a flagship project funded by Academy of Finland, and it's focusing on making new materials from wood or other types of plant lignocelluloses. The project budget was approximately 1.2 million euros, and the duration was a little bit less than 3.5 years, taking into account the extension as it for the corona-related delays. So how it works? So this is introduction. So we are talking about making fiber products from wood. So these fibers are derived from wood chips using like very conventional and well-defined pulping technologies, and delignified, and the product looks like something like this. And these are used in our everyday consumer products such as tissue, paper, packaging. But they can also be used for new types of products, such as textile fibers or these highly fibrillated cellulose products, nanocelluloses, which can be used as as components in bio-based coatings, for instance. So if anatomically, if you look at the fibers, so basically these are like plant cells from conductive tissues, and the main component in the plant cell wall here is a cellulose, which is a linear polysaccharide composed of several glucose units. In cellulose, these glucose chains are very linked to tight cellulose crystals, which are recalcitrant, strong, and give the strength to the plant fibers. The enzyme type that we are studying in this project is a lytic polysaccharide monooxygenase, so LPMO, and this has a quite unique and sort of quite recently identified ability to oxidize these cellulose polysaccharides, even in the crystals, in certain positions, different positions, and by this oxidation, they also catalyze this kind of oxidative cleavage of the cellulose polymer. And by using this enzyme, we can both reduce the molar mass on the cellulose and create new functional groups to the cellulose. And what's the idea? So the idea is that by doing these molecular level changes to the cellulose, we can change the technical properties of the fibers so that they are better suited for instance, making this sort of textile fibers or cellulose nanoproducts. One of the cornerstones in our project was development of adaptation like analytical tools. So when the LPMO catalyzes the oxidation on, for instance, fiber in here, it can create both soluble products, so something is solubilized from fiber in the media, and something is remaining in the product. In the case of fiber modification, we don't necessarily want to solubilize the fibers because that's a yield loss, but it can give important information on the enzyme activity, so what kind of oxidations the enzyme produces. So for that, we have, for instance, this kind of a new method which was published recently. But most important is the analysis of the oxidation products in the cellulose. And here the partner POCU has been of key importance. So they have methods where they are labeling different types of oxidized groups in the cellulose using fluorescent labels. And they have been also developing during project new types of labels. And in the end of the project, we had labels for all the products that the LPMOs can make on the cellulose. And this method allows analysis not only the functional groups on the cellulose, but also the molar mass distribution, so we get both of the data that the LPMO does on the fibers in the same run. Second important thing is the availability of enzymes. So these are not commercial enzymes as monocomponents. So you can't buy these from shops. But we were in a lucky position that we were able to get quite nice collection of, build quite nice collection of the LPMO variants from NMPU laboratory, VTT laboratory, and the industrial collaborator Novozymes. These enzymes carried out different types of oxidations, and they also had different kind of structures. So some of them had this kind of modular, only a catalytic module, which makes the oxidation, and then also this kind of carbohydrate binding module, which affects the enzyme binding on the fiber surface. Then we had different types of substrates. So we have very native cellulose, which you can find, for instance, in paper-grade pulps. Then we had the regenerated celluloses, which are in regenerated textile fibers, and then amorphous, where the crystalline structure is destroyed. And by using the combination of different substrates and different enzymes, we were able to discover three main things. The LPMOs exhibit really different abilities to oxidize these substrates. So some of them oxidized this one, and this one, some of them oxidized only this one, and there was really like a preference. And picking a good, suitable enzyme for certain fiber is of utmost importance to get anything happening. Second thing, that is also the modular structure affected product. So in certain modules, so you get more of the soluble products, you get more yield loss and less effects on the fibers. And by selecting a different type of enzyme, we could get more oxidation products, more effects on the fibers, and also kind of in-depth effect on the fiber surface. So not only the surface, but not like throughout the fiber, more throughout the fiber. So there are two papers coming out from this topic. Then, when we are moving from lab to industry, one thing is important to understand or map the key parameters that affect the enzymatic reaction efficiency. This is of economic importance. You have to have short retention times, hopefully, and low enzyme loads. Here are two examples which were very clearly demonstrated in the experiments that were carried out in project. So the composition or chemical composition of the reaction media really affected the efficiency of the LPMO catalyst oxidation, meaning there's hydrogen peroxide concentrations as a co-substrate for the oxidation. So there's certain area, so in this graph there are both soluble and insoluble products, and in certain area the oxidation efficiency is maximized. Then other thing which was quite clear that the amount of fiber in the reaction, the concentration of the fibers in the reaction affected the enzyme intensity on enzyme effect on the fibers. So by increasing the fiber consistency in the reaction, we actually could get more intense effects on the fibers. And then to the application trials, so we were mainly studying two types of things. One is improving solubility of the cellulosic fibers in cellulose solvents, and one is enhancing the fibrillation of the cellulosic fibers under mechanical stress. So the solubility part is important when you want to convert the wood fibers, for instance, textile fibers. So you need to get them solubilized and then regenerated, and then you get these soft fibers. Otherwise, it's not happening. And it was clear that the LPMO catalyzed oxidation enhance the solubilization of the fibers. This is now a demonstration how it works under microscope. So these are non-oxidized, these are oxidized, and you can see that the oxidized are already almost gone or the solvent, so they are dissolving, while the other ones are still remaining in the solution as particles. And then we also compared different enzymes in this, and we saw that okay, there is also a clear difference, the performance of the different LPMO variants to create this effect on the fibers. Then we were studying fibrillation, or kind of a mechanical test on how the LPMO treated oxidized fibers behave under mechanical stress. So under mild mechanical stress, such as in these high consistency mixtures, where your fibers are like causing this friction between each other, so you got this kind of mild fibrillation, and which is like higher than in controls, and you also get fines formation. But when you go in the more high mechanical stress, such as in fluidization, you can create this kind of nanocellulose products you can get this kind of nanocellulose products in like faster, so using less energy, and then they are like more homogeneous. You have less residual fibers in the nanocellulose. Impacts. So we have been communicating this project through to a wider audience through basically these websites and press release and all the stakeholder-oriented articles, which one of them is still coming. And one major way of communicating is obviously the scientific peer-reviewed publications, because this is really like academic research, and there are like I think 11 at least coming out from this project. We had 2 PhD projects supported by this project. And then with the industry impact, so we had 3 advisory board meetings and also final advisory board seminar. And there the industry feedback was very clear. So they were extremely happy to be able to follow this kind of pre-commercial academic research which has an application orientation. So yeah, they really enjoyed it. Yes, okay, I can slow down even, but then I catch up. Yeah, we have 1 patent application. This is actually not from this project, it's a little bit earlier, but anyway, this work supports the commercialization pathway using this patent as well. And then value of scientific cooperation. Well, this wouldn't have happened without this scientific collaboration. So we all brought into the project different knowledge. So NMPU Lab is one of the leading groups in LPMO enzymology. POCU is one of the leading groups in advanced cellulose analytics, and VTT has a wide experience of enzymatic fiber modifications and fiber applications. So this really made it happen. We have met at least 4 times per year, obviously through teams, and I have to say that we had a little difficulties to keeping up the times in the meetings, because we had so interesting and lively discussions and really like eye-opening, because we all came from a little bit different scientific fields, but we understand each other enough to be able to communicate. Courier services were very happy for us, because we really changed samples all the time, and then 2 research visits could be achieved, although the corona was obviously restricting a lot of this face-to-face collaboration. And 6 joint publications are in preparation. So thank you to the ForestValue program, obviously to the national funding agencies. So this is the group. I'm Kaisa Marjamaa, and I'm pleased to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Kajsa. I think we do have time for one question, if you have a question. And if not, you can think about it, and we'll come back to it, because you will sit here and be ready towards the end. And then we will go to the next presenter, who is Marius from Germany.
My name is over there.
Where?
I need to fit you in here.
Oh.
No, you
well, I'm not picky, but they might be.
Is there a laser pointer?
I'm not sure. Yeah, perhaps. We can try. No, doesn't.
Well, never mind. Yeah. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to present the results of our projects. My name is Mario Skobetsky. I'm coming from Germany, from the university in Göttingen. We were the project leaders of the Avatar project, which means Advanced Virtual Aptitude and Training Application in Real Time. So what did we do? So first, our project partners. So we had a lot of project partners, as some of the presenters today had. And it was really fun working together with them, with IFADO in Dortmund, with Nibio in Norway, Optia in Sweden, who provided us with a head-up display, and also with Skogforsk and Skogkursk in Sweden and Norway, and with the forest organization in the west of Germany. The project is about to end at the end of October, and next week we will have our final project meeting. I'm really looking forward to that event when we have the opportunity to bring everything together and maybe talk about future projects that, so we can use the experience from this project and well, start new ones. But first of all, what did we do in this Avatar project? So the main objective of the project was to reduce the training and skill demands on new machine operators, but also to reduce the mental workload on experienced machine operators, because we are kind of facing a lack of machine operators in Germany and also in other countries. And thus we are trying to make the workplace easier for the machine operators. And so we can reduce the training to get them into full operation earlier. And to reach this main objective, we had smaller stepping stones, kind of, that we had to reach in the first place. Like we had to investigate with the operators, with the experienced operators, what are the needs for feedback. So what feedback would you like on the machine while you're in a harvesting operation? And also we try to learn what would you expect to be positive or good behavior, and what would be bad behavior. So what should we try to promote? Which behavior should we try to promote? And which should be well, should be not done. In the next step, we developed and implemented sensors on the machine, because if we want to give feedback to the machine operators, the machine must know what the operators are doing and if they are doing it right, and also the machine must know what their surrounding looks like. Well then, we investigated several aspects of teamwork between
the harvesting machine and the forwarding machine, to improve the lock positioning, the crane movements and bucking, and also the harvester head measurements. So all the information that we needed to give suitable feedback to the machine operators. This all should be merged in a digital coach, which we designed in the project to give the feedback in real time to the machine operators. So we had especially the IFADO in Dortmund. They thought about good ways to give the feedback, to give information like with sounds or with pictures or something like that, so the machine operators can react to the feedback they are getting. And finally, we installed a head-up display, which I already mentioned from Optia in Sweden, in the cabin to give a visual feedback to the operators. We have several results in this project, which then could come together to the final testings. So in the first place, we had the algorithms to automated for automated work phase detection. As I mentioned, the machine must know what the operator is trying to do and if he's doing it correctly. And to do that, we had to find out what are the steps, or what is going on in the machine. When is the machine driving? Which phase are we going through? When the crane is moving, when the harvester head is moving, and so on. Second one was the list of advantages and disadvantages work patterns, to find out the beneficial and the negative machine operator behavior. So we could connect the work phases together with the behavior of the operators. The next step was were the aids for detection. So on one hand, we had the algorithm to detect the inaccuracies in harvester head measurements, like you can see on in the upper picture, which I cycled with red, are when the harvester head isn't measuring correctly while the logs are going through the head. So this would reduce the workload on the machine operators, because then he doesn't have to keep that in mind, because he knows that the algorithm will deal with that. And also on the lower picture, we had a LISA sensor from Nibio, so that the machine could see the surroundings and could react and give suitable feedback for the operators, because in some cases the operators has to do less beneficial actions, and the machine must know why he's doing that. The next step was work optimization. That was what my colleague at the university in Göttingen was doing, and what I highlighted here on the left side is where should the logs be placed, or where should the harvester be relative to the logs he's trying to pick up. And as you can see here, the optimal crane angle is 90 degrees from the machine, which might be obvious, because he then has just to move the crane to the side and can load the logs on the machine. But also he found out that an optimal distance from the machine would be 4 and 5 meters from the machine. So if you're too close, then the machine operator has to look down beside the machine and move the crane very close to the machine, which is hard. And also if you try to grab the logs in a wider distance from the machine, that would take too much time. So it would be good if the machine is about 4 or 5 meters from the logs he wants to pick up. And on the right side, you see when he tested the intelligent boom control and the rotating cabin. So he found out that if you have both these things switched on, then the time consumption for loading activities will reduce significantly. So the proof of concept, when we try to bring everything together in the final testings in Germany, we had the pilot study of the LiDAR system under German forest conditions. So it was already tested under the Scandinavian conditions, but well, the German conditions are a little bit more diverse. And so the LiDAR system did really struggle with the forest that we used for this pilot study. And second thing was that we used the head-up display in the cabin, which was also a little bit tricky because the head-up display, as you can see on the left side, you can see the nose of the person sitting in the cabin, and he was already a smaller person. So if you have like I would say the normal forest workers, which are a little bit taller and bigger, so he might have a hard time being in the cabin altogether with a head-up display, but it worked well. And as you can see on the third picture, this is what we got from the LiDAR system. So we had a real-time depiction of the surroundings of the machines, and can you see? Yeah, you can see there, and you have the yellow and the red circle around the machine, which gives you information of the optimal working ranges. Of course, we found out that 3 meters to the machine would be too close, and you don't see a red circle around the machine very close. It is quite hard to depict all the information from the LiDAR system, from the machine. The LiDAR system must know where the crane is and where the processor head is, and all this together is quite hard to handle for the information. Yeah, thank you. So this brings us to the barriers that we had, or the challenges. Well, we faced quite an unwillingness of the machine manufacturers to give us access to the CAN-bus data, because having access to the CAN-bus data, so to the information that the machine has, where the crane is, and if the machine is moving, and this would have helped us to have a better understanding of the work phases. And because we didn't have that information, we had to use the LiDAR system to recognize, is the machine moving, and where is the crane now and the harvester head in this moment. Well, that made it very, very hard for us. We had a lot to do, or at least Nibio had a lot to do the programming. And the second challenge was the shortage of sufficient computational power, which also had to do with the COVID-19 crisis, because we weren't able to purchase the computer chips to do all the computation of the information of the LiDAR system, and then to depict it on the head-up display. Well, the compromise in the final testing then was that we could only collect and save the data that we got from the LiDAR system. So we know where the trees were, but we weren't able to give a real-time depiction of the trees. What you saw on the picture there was let's say extra to take the pictures here, because otherwise the information couldn't have been saved. Yeah, so we have one part of the trial where we save the data for post hoc computation, and then we had another few minutes where we used the machine and showed everything on the head-up display. But bringing this together was too much for the software. Well, the impacts. I think I should hurry a little bit for the impact. So we do have a deeper understanding of the work patterns and the performance factors. So there's a point that we could stick to and to improve the operator assistance and reduce the mental workload. We have now the possibility to use the head-up displays in the cabins, and we should go on making it standard equipment in machines because it would be very helpful. And the last one is we have a concept for the digital coach, so to give feedback to the machine operators, and we should also stick to that point and use it in the machines to support the machine operators. Well, the values of scientific cooperation, I think that this is quite redundant because we wouldn't be here if we didn't know about the importance of scientific cooperation, right? So the network is important, and exchanging the knowledge about techniques and forest overall. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And I think if it's okay, I'm going to take the liberty to ask one question myself. One question for you. So I just can't help noting that you are referring to forest machine operators as he in the terms of masculine. And in Sweden, at least, we have it's a small share, but it's hopefully, I think, an increasing share of women machine operators as well. And I'm just wondering whether, to what extent you have included gender aspects in this, or if you haven't, whether it could be relevant in the future continuation of the project to see if these types of results could somehow increase the share and interest of women in the sector.
Well, first of all, I want to say sorry that I didn't mention the female machine operators. But I think it would be a difference giving feedback to male or female machine operators, because the perception of information and of feedback should be different. So we should consider that in future projects, of course, yes.
Thank you so much. And then with that, we move on to Dag from Norway. Den är 2 minuter. Jag har en 2 minuter.
Thank you. Green lane, fast tracking value and resilience in industrial wood supply. As mentioned, my name's Dag. I'm actually employed by NMBU and SLU. However, when we did this, we were working for Nibio. Wood supply, and especially resilience in industrial wood supply. It's mostly about handling changing weather. Weather changes daily and weekly, and it requires organizational agility. That's what we're after. So, the Green Lane Group, that was created to capture a climatic gradient, oceanic, subarctic, and continental montane. In each region, we have a research organization and a forest company. So in Norway, oceanic, it was Nibio and Alle Skog, Forest Owners Association. Subarctic, Skogforsk Norra Skog, Forest Owners Association. And in Austria, it was Boku and the Federal Forests. Sort of a difference between regions. In the north, snow and frost, it's an enabler. In the mountains, it's a hinder. And our big problem is lead times, wood waiting in the forest, and the value loss, the degrade associated with that. That's what we'd like to avoid. So we carried on between 2019, 2021, and used around 700,000 euros. The introduction, our goal, we had a formal goal. We wanted to develop supply chain environments, virtual environments, which would enable interactive testing of harvesting and transport responses to challenging climate scenarios. We wanted to use weather-driven models both for wood quality and trafficability. The real question is, how close can we get to real life in a virtual environment? When it comes to climate resilience, there's different tricks of the trade. Strategic, tactical, operational levels. Strategic, it's mostly about enabling flexibility contingencies. Tactical and operational, it's about enabling organizational response within the framework. So to make this happen, we had to have some stuff. So a few results. The first module we needed in a virtual environment was weather-driven value tracking. We called it the IBM. It sounded good. Boku made this. IBM is for insects, blue stain, and moisture. It's an aggregated model which tells you basically when a wood degrade is expected, regardless of the cause. On the left, you see the typical progression of lead times, the time spent waiting in the forest for the wood across the year, week 1 to 52. Pulpwood on the left, sawlogs on the right. You can see a lot of long waiting times there. Basically, the model on the right, that's the Boku IBM, which tells you when you can expect a degrade, depending on the weather. I think in today's language, that's called the digital twin. We use these in our simulation models. Second thing we needed, that tells us when we have to get the wood out, and we have to know when can we get to the wood. So the second main result was the green lane RBC. That's just short for relative bearing capacity. Another digital twin telling us when we can get into the operation. The principle is just to model soil moisture at the site and then match it with some sort of trafficability classification. This one was run in the Norwegian case. There's a little green circle up there. Nastier logging conditions you will not find. It's wet, it's muddy, there's clay, it never freezes. So trying to figure out, how do we do this? So what you see on the right, it's actually the weather interface. You see a bunch of climate data, but you see actually 3 columns of soil moisture status. That's from week 1 to 52, January to December. The blue, that's when it's frozen, which gives us access to our most sensitive sites where there will otherwise be a lot of soil damage. The red, for example, is the spring thaw, the green, summer, the orange is the fall rain when it's moist. The interesting thing is that for every degree of global warming, the blue area, it gets 2 to 4 weeks shorter per year. So all those sensitive sites, which we used to get on frost, we have to reschedule for dry summer conditions. You have to work with necessity, but also by opportunity. Requires agility. So that was the second module we needed to make this work, or digital twin as it's called. Each region has its particular challenges. So the whole idea of this project was to build different simulation models where we could go into stakeholder workshops and actually test different approaches and see if we could solve our problems. So we did that, workshops in northern Sweden, working with different transport decision rules. Austria, working with capacity for systems. And in Norway, working with all the nitty-gritty of buying wood, scheduling harvesting, and transport. This can take anywhere from 2 to 8 hours for a workshop. It can get fairly intensive. And there's a question, if you're going to make a difference, how do you do this sort of work so it really sticks in the heads of the people making the decisions? So I'll show you an example. There's the oceanic case. What you see on the right, it's a user interface. There's a lot of stuff there. But it's basically, you try to get through 12 weeks of horrible weather. You have to buy wood. The left-hand interface is when you're scheduling harvesting, depending on the weekly weather. The right-hand interface is when you're doing transport, again, depending on the weather. And you have to keep 5 mills going, regardless of the weather. Think of it as a game. You win by the highest net forest value. You get a bonus for supply security, and you get a penalty for degrade on logs. And that's basically what we did. Turns out the highest net value, it's quite simple. That's won by the teams that are more agile on their production management, because transport has to go at the same pace all the time. When you say it like that, it sounds amazingly simple. We ran workshops with students first, try to debug all the stuff, and then with managers. But you're actually working with 2 separate organizations that have to work as a team. It's not 2 minutes yet, is it?
It's 3.
Oh, this is not going to work out. So, impacts. If you're going to have an effect, you have to it's training, it's testing with the people who do it. So preserving value requires professional insight and skills. But logistics challenges, they're generally dynamic, complex, and you can't just send it to an optimization model because nobody uses those in real life. People have to be able to learn how to do this. So the key impact path is training. So we ran these models, students end of 21, managers beginning of 22, and then by March of 22, we had made an online version. Virtual Wood Supply Arena, same idea, 12-week scenarios, except for now we can do it in a half a day, and it's available to everybody. Manage about 10 production teams, 10 trucks, 5 mills. Again, you get weather prognosis, but it changes. Bigger team working on this. This is financed separately. The work's done by Laval in Canada, University of Laval, Skogforsk Creative Optimization, and SLU in Sweden. It's a bit more moderate training environment in Norwegian West Coast, southwestern Sweden. Nice, flat, dry, relatively. A bit cold. And this time, really nice manager interfaces, fairly effective. This is as close to the real life as you can get in a virtual environment. You have to make every decision. What are you going to buy? When are you going to send the machines? When the trucks are going to come? And keep the wood rolling. The major advantage, you can test stuff without losing money. You can do it again and again. You make tougher scenarios, easier scenarios. Everybody gets to have a go at it. We should have had this 10 years ago. We didn't have the building blocks. ForestValue paid for that. We run it in Sweden, Canada, Norway, and Finland this winter. So, back to Green Lane. The value of scientific cooperation. We've had 2 ARNet projects back-to-back, same team, same companies. First project was mostly aimed at strategic aspects, supply chain design, giving flexibility, contingencies. Second project, Green Lane, was about enabling agility. So the main advantages is insight through diversity. If you want to learn quick, you visit the extremes. Work there, everything else is just somewhere in the middle. And then, of course, this gives you automatically common frameworks for analysis, insight, and development. So after 6 years, we would like to offer our thanks to ARNet ForestValue from Nibio, Skogforsk, and Boku. Thank you.
Excellent. So we take the very last project as well before we end with a, say, 5-minute question round. I think that's really valuable to end with that. All right. Do you know which one is yours? What you were? This one.
Yeah, thanks for the organizers to making this final conference possible. It's great to be here and present on behalf of the whole team from the Nobel Project our findings. My name is Harald Fatzig, and I'm from the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Austria, BOKU in short. It was already mentioned from my previous presenters very often. I was not working alone, so we had a couple of partners who actually helped to dig into this topic on payments for ecosystem services. So to think beyond timber production and make a business out of our services. So we had collaborators from Spain, from France, from Norway, Portugal, Sweden, Germany, and Austria, and also a huge diversity of competencies and experiences from the different partners. And as many of my presenters already said before, this kind of diversity of different competencies also contributed to a huge learning among the partners. So we started in February 2019, and we are close to finalizing that. A lot of publications are still on the process of being finalized, but I'm happy to present at least some of the insights of our project. What is the motivation that when we started this project at the very beginning? So we know that there's a growing demand for other ecosystem services. A lot of presentations have already shown that. It's not only about timber, it's also about non-timber forest products, about ecosystem services, about carbon, about water, biomass, recreation services. But the big challenge is that these kind of forest ecosystem services very often do not have a monetary value. So it's very often the timber which also then is favored by forest management, especially by the forest owners who have a strong interest to make money from timber production, as their other services are very often are not easy to be marketed. So there are a lot of hindering factors, but on the other hand, we know there's a lot of success stories available, and we would like to find out a little bit what are somehow these factors that lead to successful implementation of business models in the context of ecosystem services. So we focused on innovative mechanisms for making such payments for ecosystem services possible. And we were also interested in analyzing these trade-offs. Especially, it was mentioned today that multifunctionality is a big issue. So when you have different services what you like to promote, there's also some trade-offs. It depends very much on what kind of bundles of ecosystem services you combine in order to make a good profit. And we also had the aim to make this whole idea also possible through a prototype application. So we provide then forest owners the opportunity to make use of the technologies and the products that we developed through a web-based auctioning platform. So what was our scientific approach? As you know, there are different kind of mechanisms for making these payments possible. On the one hand, there could be companies, private institutions who compensate forest owners for their kind of services that they're providing. There's also the opportunity that consumers directly compensate forest owners, whether through taxes indirectly or directly also in providing some kind of payments. Or there are also the governments who then provide these incomes for forest owners by, on the other hand, making use of incomes from taxes or direct payments through subsidies. And there are also different ways of these mechanisms of how making these payments possible, whether through the market, through contracts, or through auctioning platforms. And what we did in the Nobel project is to identify these different business relations that are available, which are known, what are established, those which didn't work, which worked quite well. And we also would like to learn about different management plans to make these ecosystem services available, to produce these ecosystem services. We focused also in case studies on the prediction, how does management affect the provision of different eco-services. We quantified those forest ecosystem services by a set of indicators in order to evaluate the performance of different management strategies. We assessed the economic value of these different management approaches in the provision of these services, did this quantification of these trade-offs with optimization tools, and finally led to different kind of implementations. So as I said, one example is then this web-based auctioning, but I will focus then later on in some of the results. So when I said about the quantification of forest ecosystem services, one important part is to have indicators that allow you to do this quantification and the assessment of forest ecosystem services. There are many different classifications of ecosystem services available globally, and we have used the Common International Classification of Ecosystem Services, the CEST group, and according to these different groups and classes, we have identified 85 indicators that can be used in the context of assessing forest ecosystem services. And we tried always to link also these indicators in a way that how are the forest ecosystem models then also capable in producing a meaningful output so that actually we can quantify these ecosystem services on the stand level when implementing different management regimes. And it was quite interesting to see that there's not a balance of these indicators. So some have a strong focus on the provisioning services, some have a strong focus on regulation and maintenance services, but when it comes then to cultural services, so then we see that we have a limited amount of opportunities really to quantify these ecosystem services. And especially this is then also related to the data that actually can be provided to assess these ecosystem services. And we tried then also to link this with remote sensing data from different sources, from Sentinel data, from LiDAR data, from forest inventory data, and we were then able also to find out of how many of those indicators are then able really to assess through remote sensing data, and how many of those are not able to be evaluated. And unfortunately to say, so only 6 indicators were able to be derived directly from remote sensing data. 33 indicators could be indirectly derived from remote sensing data. In this context, we have used then modeling approaches which are tried and to use this remote sensing data and quantified in the services. And for the rest of the indicators, it's almost impossible to use any kind of remote sensing data. So this is then somehow maybe a kind of a finding when we see that, whether we see a kind of hope in the use of remote sensing data, that actually then when it comes to the quantification of several services, then very often they have a limited chance. We have also analyzed different schemes for payments for ecosystem services. We have built up a huge database jointly with a sister project, the Sincere project, that was also a Horizon 2020 project. And we have joined efforts together to build up 185 case studies on European level and also on global context. And we wanted to find out how these different payments for ecosystem services schemes were able
able to contribute to the success of the landowners or also to the consumers. So whether the goals that have been originally been identified can really be achieved through these payments that are done. It was quite interesting that a lot of factors are leading to a kind of successful implementation. So there is, for instance, the payments mechanisms that are available, whether these are contract-based or they are market-based. And it was found out that long-term contracts are much more favorable in that context to make such kind of collaborations successful. Because it's a lot about trust building, it's a lot about knowing each other. So the longer this period of collaboration is between the different partners, the better also and the success of the whole project is. It was also found that different kind of business models are more favorable than others, especially when public bodies have a collaboration with private entities and providing these payments to the forest owners. So this kind of collaborations was much more successful compared to other collaborations where only private institutions or consumers have this kind of direct compensation. So it depends very much when starting such kind of payments victim services project, what kind of factor combination is then really meaningful in that context. And right now we are going to publish a paper where this kind of overall findings from this huge database will be published soon. We have also used the Forest Ecosystem Services Cascade model, which we utilized in order to better understand the contribution of different management activities and also unintentional impacts from human on the provision of these services. So, for instance, taking now a case like a bike trial from Austria. So we have to do some kind of management activities in order to provide these services. So the forest owner have to make sure that the trails are constructed, so there's kind of a deposition of the soil is ongoing. There's also a removal of the deadwood along the trails needed to be necessarily done. Certain treatments of the forest has to be done. So this has some effects on the biodiversity, this has some effects on the ecosystem's functions, so that other services cannot be provided, like rockfall production or biomass production. So you have a kind of a trade-off when you do especially try to promote and favor these kind of services and provide these cultural services. And on the other hand, you have then a new chance, some kind of innovation that you are able then to sell tickets for mountain bikers who are actually utilizing this area. You get some additional income, but on the other hand, you have then maybe less income from other services in that context. So it could, in some contexts, lead to institutional, and sometimes to less. As I said, we also developed the web platform. It's an auctioning platform. It allows then landowners to provide consumers directly the opportunity to vote and to bid for a certain land management strategy. So you select a campaign, you try to motivate other consumers that this kind of management and this land campaign is the best for a certain area, and then you will find out at the end how the different consumers interact with each other in order to find out the best way to manage this land. Here an example of a potential impact where we did the testing with some stakeholders in our pilot study in Portugal. So it was found out that this kind of different combination of ecosystem services was quite challenging for the stakeholders, especially the visualization of this complex information through maps, through graphics was very complex, so that they better understand which kind of management plan is then best in order to provide these services. And also the bidding process was very interesting because the stakeholders actually behave totally different, whether they know from each other what kind of bidding is done, or whether they do this totally in transparent way. And maybe as a kind of an outlook, so also the role of social media is very important in this context, how the role of influencers can be used in this context to overcome these barriers in the implementation of payments victim services. We also did a policy brief, what you can find on our webpage on these different pathways. And yeah, as the others have already said, a lot of challenges were because of these less face-to-face meetings, especially interaction with the stakeholders. So for the scientific group, this is quite nice to have these online meetings and discuss very intensively, but it's very difficult to do this with the stakeholders, especially when it goes about trust building and participation. Actually, you need this kind of direct contact. And yeah, the peculiarities of the different national funding organizations also cost some administrative work. But at the end, we were quite happy about our scientific cooperation, and also we learned a lot about the demands of the forest owners. I didn't show these results. We did also a survey about what is the interest of the forest owners in these services, similar like Silvio has already presented today. And hopefully with this auctioning platform, with the policy brief, we can also provide some long-lasting impact. Thank you for your listening.
Great. So actually, I do have a question for you, Manuel, at the moment. Would it be okay that we invest a few minutes of our precious lunchtime to be able to ask questions to this team? Perfect. So if you have been sitting waiting to asking questions, sorry? Oh, he doesn't have a chair. Yes. Sorry. Yes. So is anyone having a question that you have been thinking about for a while? Or are you only thinking about the lunch sandwiches? Yes, Tord.
Thank you. I have a question to you, the last speaker. I found that presentation very interesting. I wonder, I missed maybe the beginning of your presentation, but did you also have Nordic partners? And can you speculate about possible differences across Europe in how stakeholder or people that want to use ecosystem services at landowner may react to this work that you did?
No, you're absolutely right. I didn't go into these kind of details. So the Swedish partner, SLU, especially they were concerned about the production. And actually, in this case, as you might know, there also the regulations have changed. What has to be provided in order for the reindeer herders. And so during the project phase, actually at the very beginning, there was not a huge interest in order this kind of, whether other services besides the timber, but because of these changed regulations and what kind of has to be provided from the landowners for the reindeer herders, actually then they became quite interested, and especially Jeanette Eggers, who was our partner in SLU, she did a lot of workshops, and they were quite interested in the way of how they could change actually the management of the Swedish landscape in order to improve the licensed production, which then also can help the reindeer herders to provide their services. And actually, you're absolutely right. So I think that also this is very important, that how political or legal conditions might then also change somehow the need to provide other services, and actually the need to provide some tools to make them marketable. Yeah? So this was a good example, I mean, from the Swedish case, that during even the project phase, actually this perspective has totally changed.
Great. We have one question over there first.
Yes, thank you so much. My question is also for Harald. You provide us a very good approach to how to get all this multifunctionality to the market. Working with this kind of payment for ecosystem services here in Spain, what we have seen is that trying to solve these problems to capture the value either or from the technical point of view or from the monetary point of view, it's more or less attainable. But what we have seen is that we have problems when we have to scale it up to the business community, to the financial community, and to the legal issues regarding, for instance, with market procedures or legal constraints or the agreements that you have to do among different landowners and other legal entities. Have you address these issues during the project, or did you link only to the market issues and the technical point of view?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I can only say that we have a whole work package which is focusing on this, as you have nicely framed it, this kind of conditions that lead to successful implementation on that. And what I can say that we only have the chance from our partner countries that were involved. So we evaluated from the legal perspective and also from these different constraints, marketing constraints, and also interacting with different institutions and making somehow a successful framework for implementing such extreme services. So here we have some results for the different nationalities, but not all over Europe. And you're absolutely right. I mean, these political conditions, the legal framework, the ownership structure, the willingness to pay the consumers, the way of how they are concerned, the sustainable environment, everything somehow matters in order whether such kind of payment services schemes could be successful or not. So this is particularly true, and it depends very much whether there are also in the society there's an interest or somehow a willingness to step into that. And there are huge differences between the different countries. Yeah, so absolutely right. Yes, but as I said, we have it only for particular countries. Yes.
Great, and then Andreas, please.
Yeah, thank you. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. And I have one question to all of you on the panel and one quick answer, because you have fantastic results. You have all a European dimension. If you put yourself all together, what is needed to get your results together to have a huge impact for the forest-based sector, which you all have in your hands? And what would you like to do, and who would like to collaborate with whom now to get the next steps done? Silvio, if you can start.
Yeah, it just there is someone from the Austrian ministry here. I know. So one point would, for example, be that we can maybe continue within this kind of projects, and I have seen so many overlaps with already the previous session and now also that especially if we further develop our issues with providing ecosystem services with these systems you're providing, and also with the other models, there would be I think we could, in a huge area, increase our outcomes. Also, maybe, let's say what I can offer is we have lots of data also on the modeling part already. So if you need it, I think there was a colleague here who would do very similar things. So we are open to share this also in the future.
You could also say something from our project. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I should say from my perspective, the project has proven, so to say, that there is possible ways to utilize the small diameter wood, and there is also it has proven many times that there is huge volumes of such wood throughout the whole of Europe. So. And I also think that in this area, the next step is not so much about deep scientific research, because that we have done. It's more about machine manufacturers optimizing machines and techniques for doing this. Policymakers understand that this is perhaps the most important and not utilized biomass resource of Europe, and industries realizing, okay, there is this material, if there, we would then to continue into the obvious use of this material might, the first you might think about might be energy. Of course, that is true, but I do think that it will be more about biochemistry and biochemical industries will have use of this material. So I would like to have cooperations with all those in all those areas, and of course some scientific cooperation as well. I could live with that also. Thank you.
Yeah, in case of this enzymatic oxidation, so to be able to really go to industry, so somebody has to start producing these monocomponent LPMOs in large scale, like industrial scale. So go into that direction. Obviously, there are activities in enzyme companies in this area, but that is of course required. Then about this bringing enzymes into pulp and paper industry or pulp modification. So they are there, it's hydrolysis, but it's sort of still like a growing area. And I think that recognizing the benefits of this enzymatic catalyst in terms of energy savings and specificity, and kind of the way that the enzyme producers and the pulp who are making the products are like discussing more and understand what kind of requirements they are needed, the enzymes should have in order to be able to produce what is needed. So that is something that actually is kind of important.
So like Mr. Nordfjell already said, the next step would be more in cooperating with the machine manufacturers. Like in our case, we, as I said, had the problem with the canvas connection, and in the next step we should work together with the machine manufacturers in the first place, but also with the question for the female machine operators. So we do have a lot of research to do in that case too, because it's a growing number of female machine operators that we have in the future, and we should have the right answers for the feedback for those people.
Okay, focusing on industrial wood supply and climate change. It would be nice to collect all the major industrial stakeholders in the respective climate regions of Europe. Make them work through the different future scenarios and get some general guidelines for how we should respond. They don't have to be really sharp, but just in general, what's the best way to react? And that, I think, in that process, you'll find out which questions are unanswered and what has to be developed for the future.
So maybe 3 points from my side. One aspect is about the monitoring. So as we have learned from many of our presenters, actually we have very good information about DBH in volume. But when you talk about ecosystem services, it's much going beyond measuring trees. And actually we have to improve our inventory systems and our monitoring system on a European level. Second point is that we have to think about the real costs in providing these services. Actually, we only talk about the value of the timber, but we don't talk about the value of other services. And as long as we to discuss the real costs behind the management in order to provide the services, especially like in mountain forests where you have to provide this protection function, actually at no cost at all, actually, so then you are not able to promote these services then on the market. The third point is then also that I think on the European level, we would have to think about a scheme for payments for these services, which would allow us, with all the different mechanisms that are available, but really to have a kind of a common idea what kind of other market could be established besides the timber market to value these ecosystem services. And that is something I think we have the material, we have the knowledge, but actually it has to be also the political will, to establish this kind of schemes.
Perfect. And an extra thank you to Andreas for wrapping up with that beautiful question, looking into the future. And a big thank you to all our presenters on this block. So let's go for a well-deserved lunch break, and we will collect ourselves back here latest at 2:30.
Hello. That was good.
Can I suggest that we take a seat? All right. So welcome back from the lunch. And the lunch was indeed in a beautiful location. And I can quite understand that it sort of lingered a little while in the agenda, which I think will be fine. Because in this block, the last two presentations within the second session will actually only be one presentation. It will only be the presentation by Johan. Because, Anja was unfortunately not able to come. So I think we are actually quite well on track with time. And I will just like to welcome Johan to present your project.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me to this final conference. Actually, it will be kickoff for the Forest Map project. And thank you very much, Mika and the ForestValue team for having us here. I'm going to talk a little bit about remote sensing and the next generation of forest maps. So it will be a little bit more about remote sensing now, this session. We talked a little bit heard a little bit about it during the last session, what you could do with remote sensing or not do with remote sensing. But in this project, we will go a little bit deeper and see actually what is possible to do in the future by enhancing the product available today. So this project is, the short is word for this project or acronym is Forest Map, and as you see that the next generation of forest maps, adapting a Nordic success story across the globe. It's a quite ambitious title, but maybe we could take this success story across Europe first of all. Yes, the project partners here is Linnaeus University, where I come from, and then we have SLU, the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, where we have Jörgen Wallerman in the audience. You can say hello to the app. We have plenty of time. And then Katam Technologies, Anton Holmström is on board there with the drones and the smartphones, smart technologies for capturing data, reference data, training data, that I will talk more about later on. We have also our friends in Turkey, Marmara University, Cem Unsala, and Istanbul Technical University with Elif Sertel. Unfortunately, that couldn't come to this conference this time. And then also from the University of Helsinki, Jari Salo. Yeah, he is waving his hand. We have a budget of about not 10 million euro. That was a little bit too much, right? It's more like 1 million. But we had some additional project to this, so it will probably add up to 10 billion. So, I mean, I put the figure there because, I mean, after lunch, I was expecting you to fall asleep, and then maybe when you saw this number, you woke up. Okay, we have just had our kickoff meeting and in spring, so we have started the project, and as I said, it's all about to develop the next generation of forest maps. And the concept will be that we will be using, it's the same concept as we have used before, but with new methodology and with new data as the input for the methodology algorithm. But in the past, we combine remote sensing data with field data to do this kind of forest maps or estimate forest variables. And then we have this magic blue cube there. It could be like regression analysis. It could be like k-nearest neighbor methods and so on that we have used in the past. But now we're aiming for somewhat more advanced AI methodology in this project. And as our output, we have could illustrate these forest variables in a raster format map. Often we have used the field surveyed plots, as you can see here from the National Forest Inventory, but of course we could select any data available. I mean, from forest companies or from maybe even private forest owners. To train the model, to combine remote sensing data with field data to build the models. Just examples what have been achieved in the past or the state of the art today. This is one example that have been a map produced by SLU that we call the SLU forest map. You can see the variables there. It's stem volume, mean tree height, mean diameter, basal area, above ground biomass, and actually tree species also. And we said that these variables, they are quite accurate, but we think that we can develop methods to get them even more accurate, and maybe also to develop new or introduce also new variables here in this concept. Site index and also other variables. For example, carbon is one very important variable in the future, so that could also be like in this concept to be developed. This is the map that have been produced from 2000, 2005, 10, and 15, combining NFI data with satellite data, with optical satellite data. And of course, satellite optical data, now we use the Sentinel-2 data, it has its limitations. So in this project, we will, not only use satellite data, optical satellite data, but we think about also using radar satellite data and so on, for example. So this is, every 5 years, but we would like to press the button on the keyboard to have it here and now, and not wait every 5 years to get a new map, right? This is another example of state-of-the-art, and this is really the best forest map that we have over Sweden today. It's a LiDAR-based forest map, and also combined using natural forest inventory data, field plot data from the NFI. And we actually had the first scanning throughout Sweden 2009 to 2016. And now we are about to have this scanning, a second round, started in 2018. And we will see when we will finish. But I think it will take 7 years or so. And that is also a little bit time delay. But it's very interesting to have this as a second round for Sweden, because then we can compare the measurements. And we can, for example, measure or estimate the tree height from the two maps and get these height development curves, or curve. It's two dots, so it's a straight line. But that will be connected also to the site index, for example. So you can see we have the same setup with variables. So this SLU map and this forest attribute map that you call it, it will take the next step within the forest map project. And the solution here is to use AI technology, methodology. And this is a very complex graph. It's just you don't need to see the details in this one. But it's all about to use AI methodology. And we focus, for example, as a first approach to use what we call CNN, the convolution neural network, and exploit that possibilities and so on. And then we will see how far we can go. And to using this AI approach, we need a lot of data. But we have also a lot of trees, not only in Sweden, but across Europe and across the globe. So we hope that we can feed this network with a lot of training data that could help us to improve the forest variable estimation. And then talking about training data, or to feeding this neural network or with data. This slide illustrates that we could use the CATAM's technology to, for example, just use a smartphone and use the video streaming of the smartphone. And you see on the lower right side in this slide that we could measure the stem diameter very, very accurate. And this could be done by anybody. So it's not only CATAM that could do that, but of course you need a smartphone. but that is more or less the only requirement. So actually we have started to build up this kind of database. So it's on its way to be explored in this network setup. You see on the right-hand side up part, we have also from CATAM the possibility or capacity of capturing drone data, and you can see a segmentation of the forest there in this slide. And of course, if you can segment the trees, single trees, then you can then you can actually go towards single tree detection or put or estimate attribute on single tree level. But this concept will be that we will have in the project will be very flexible. So if you don't have this kind of data available, then I mean you have to stick with the satellite data, for example. But I mean if you have these kind of things available and so on, and also possibility to have LiDAR data, and it's quite expensive to collect, so we don't have that in all countries. But then we have a flexible setup, so that whatever data you have will be used in this network and the training. Do I have 10 minutes more? No.
Nope.
Nope.
4.
4 minutes, yes. So one very important part in this project also will be to investigate the social values of these products. I have, to my knowledge, I have not seen, I mean, studies like this to get in depth with what is the value for the society. I mean, even not for this Swedish case example, we don't know, but we know that it's very valuable, but not how valuable. And of course that will be investigated, but also how valuable this next generation of forest map would be. I mean, for example, this forest attribute map is free of charge, so everybody can use this map. So it's not an advantage for the forest buyer. I mean, the forest owner have also access to this kind of information. So it's a kind of, I think, a fair balance. So in that way, so we will investigate this part and in the project, and also the outcome here will be kind of business models. We focus on the 3 stakeholders here, 1, 2, 3. You can see on the x-axis here, and it depends a little bit. We divided them in two classes here, because class number 1 here could have access to data, and then the second stakeholder have data available for A and B, you can see, and then the third stakeholder group have data A, B, and C, also LiDAR data. So it depends on how much data you have available, and of course you can see on the y-axis here it's a little bit depending also on the access to data source and how much the data sources cost and so on. So, but we will have these 3 classes of stakeholders and investigate these classes and see and compare and find out the outcome. Yes, the project structure. I mean, since I'm a researcher, I have to show this slide, VP slide. But we will have VP1, project management and coordination. That will be done from Linnaeus University then. And VP6, dissemination and communication. And then in between there, we have our scientific work packages. So it's quite in a chronological order. We'll collect data. We will develop a methodology, AI methodology. And then we have showcases or demonstration cases in Sweden, England, Turkey, Uganda, and Chile. So therefore, a little bit across the globe in the title of the project. So thereby, I would like to thank you for ForestValue, for the EU, and Formas, and Vinnova, and also the Swedish agency, Energy Agency, for the funding. So much appreciated. It's more like €1 million and not 10 million euro, but we will stick to that budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. And if you have a question for Johan already now, we can take one question immediately.
One question.
Yep.
Is that
Sure.
CATAM software already, like a smartphone app, available?
Yes, it's available.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's up and running, and I mean it will be further developed during the project. But I mean yeah. You can download it. There's any app in your smartphone. And please help us to collect training data, all of you.
Excellent. And then I think you can have a seat. Yeah. And then we will go to the 2 projects in the 3rd session about tree breeding to better adapt to climate change. And there's one project that will present the results, the project that is ending now. And we have one project that is just starting that will present their goals and aims and plans. And the first project to present will be our Spanish colleague, Ander.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ander Castandero Larieta, and I come on behalf of the members of the Multi4Ever project. And today I will be giving you a brief talk about the project, what has changed with it, the scientific results, the economic impact, communication with the public, and what should be next about the project. Okay. Well, the project Multi4Ever was originally formed by 7 experienced partners in somatic embryogenesis of different conifer species. And as you can see, the members of the group come from the University of Humboldt in Germany, the INTA Institute in Argentina, Naker from the Basque Country, INRAE from France, the Luke Institute in Finland, the University of Sweden, the SLU, and the FCVA from France. And as you can see, they work with different large and pine species, with Douglas fir, and also with Norway spruce in the northern countries. Well, one of the main objectives of the project is to sustain productivity in plantation forests. But this requires a high-performance system for the deployment of selected varieties. And one solution for this could be the implementation of multivarietal forestry based on clonal propagation of selected varieties. As you can see, by traditional techniques, we can only obtain one tree with unknown performance from one seed. But thanks to our approach, with modern technologies, we can obtain multiple true-to-type trees from just one seed. And this approach has many benefits, like, for example, a higher genetic gain per cycle, more flexibility and diversity, and a sustainable management of productive plantation forests. In this sense, somatic embryogenesis seems to be a promising technology to enable multivarietal forestry in conifers, okay? Nowadays, most of the somatic embryogenesis protocols are initiated from immature seeds, as you can see in the image. And it has several steps, like initiation, proliferation in combination with cryopreservation, maturation, germination, acclimatization, and growth ex vitro. Nowadays, it is really challenging and difficult to start somatic embryogenesis from sexually propagated adult trees. And that's why Multi4Ever intends to improve the status of all fronts of the in vitro somatic embryogenesis and multivarietal forestry through 4 different work packages that I will describe now. Well, for the first work package, the aim of this work package was to start somatic embryogenesis from adult material, because, as I have said before, it is really difficult nowadays. And this task was addressed by 3 different ways. Well, first of all, initiate embryogenesis from adult material, then identify all the biochemical and molecular mechanisms involved in the process, and also to test the effect of certain target genes in the process of somatic embryogenesis. In this sense, the group from the Luke Institute in Finland, based on previous results carried out in other species, like, for example, white spruce, they have been able to successfully perform, even if at low frequencies, the whole process of somatic embryogenesis. And nowadays, in collaboration with the University of Sweden, they are trying to see which are all the regulatory mechanisms involved in this process. Based on these positive results, the group of Naker is trying to replicate this in radiata pine, but at the moment they have successfully been able to perform organogenesis from adult buds of this species. I haven't said before, but the process of somatic embryogenesis carried out by the Luke Institute was performed from buds of 4 to 6 year old somatic plants. In the same way, the group from Humboldt University are using transgenesis to study the role of target genes for initiation of somatic embryogenesis using Arabidopsis as a model plant. And they have seen that the overexpression of conifer embryogenesis-related genes, like for example WOX2, triggers somatic embryogenesis in this species. In work package 2, well, we have tried to improve some aspects or different phases of the somatic embryogenesis process, but in this case, started from seeds. In this sense, the group from Naker well, has observed that temperature is a determining factor during somatic embryogenesis in radiata pine, and even though, even if high temperatures reduce initiation rates in radiata pine somatic embryogenesis, afterwards, during maturation, we can obtain a higher amount of somatic embryos when those embryogenic lines are initiated under high temperatures. Similarly, the group from Luke Institute have analyzed the effect of different concentrations of phytohormones in liquid media before maturation and have analyzed the growth rate, the quality of the somatic embryos, the somatic plantlet survival rate in the greenhouse, and also several indicators of stress conditions in the culture medium. Well, the group of Naker, in collaboration with the INRAE Institute, has also studied which is the optimal moment to transfer somatic embryos from maturation to germination, because the duration of maturation of somatic embryos influences the quality of the plantlets. And this quality is determined in terms of storage compounds of the somatic embryos, like, for example, proteins and carbohydrates. In parallel, the group from Luke, in collaboration with INRAE, have also studied if it is possible the cold storage of somatic embryos, because this makes large-scale propagation more flexible. And they have seen that cold storage improves some aspects of somatic embryogenesis, and cold storage up to 4 to 8 weeks also improves the greenhouse survival of the plants. And on top of that, they have seen that cold storage up to 26 to 61 weeks is not detrimental, and this can be used if needed to workload in mass propagation. Well, in work package 3, we have exchanged clones of different species among partners to test the transferability of the production line, and also plan and plant trials with and of clonal standard mixtures. The aim of this was, first of all, to test which is the behavior of our clone plants in field when they are adult, and also try to see which is the phenotypic adaptation of these plants to different regions, okay? And to this aim, we have performed during the 3-year-old years of Multi4Ever an exchange plan between the partners with 5 species and 11 demonstration sites. And this is an example of the Douglas fir somatic plants of Germany being planted in France. Well, in work package 4, we have tried to upscale the somatic embryogenesis process, basically to reduce costs by reducing manual labor, and also trying to approach the market. And to this aim, it is necessary to identify the readiness and obstacles obstacles to developing pilot facilities. In this sense, the University of Sweden has developed an automation system that is able to automatically select well-developed embryos, and also to transfer automatically these somatic embryos from maturation to the germination medium. And this is really important because germination is the most expensive step of the in vitro production system. To identify the readiness and obstacles to developing pilot facilities, the group from Luke has performed a survey to assess the perception of forest owners and professionals towards tree breeding and vegetative propagation, and they have seen that, well, most of the responses were by forest owners, and even if the response rate was really low, they saw some kind of willingness to pay more for improved plant material. Similarly, the group from Sweden has also carried out a survey to assess basic perception of European forest owners and forestry professionals. And to the question, how do you think the public view is regarding the use of somatic embryogenesis in forestry? Well, you can see that the results are not very positive, but not negative at all, so we still have to work on this topic. And well, you are warmly invited to participate in these surveys. Oops, sorry. Cannot go back.
Not with the arrows on the computer?
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Maybe if I... Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Can you use this mode? You can stay in this mode, perhaps?
Or
otherwise?
Oh, okay.
But stay in the other
Okay,
mode.
I will stay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, in Work Package 5, what it was about communication and raising awareness of the work we have been carrying out. And well, in this aspect, we have presented progress to the research community. We have offered demonstrations of material, plants, and laboratories, and also deliver information to diverse audiences, like especially to our stakeholders, through our webpage, different newsletters, etc. Okay, maybe I can. Okay. And finally, in Work Package 6, we have tried to develop a tight network and to share knowledge and expertise and solve problems together to further somatic embryogenesis in research and production. And to this aim, we have shared protocols between the partners, and also we have tried to carry out an exchange program between young researchers, especially those from countries where forestry is not so developed, to laboratories where forestry is well developed. And finally, what should be next about this project? Well, clearly we have to continue working together to combat global warming with expertise from our field, and also increase transparency for public to further understanding and acceptance of somatic embryogenesis, clones, multivariatal forestry, etc. So thank you all for your attentions, and if you have any questions, you can visit our webpage and also contact any of the members of the project, and especially our coordinator, Andrea Roops. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot. And I think we will save the questions towards the end, because we have two genetic projects that we can take together. And Mika also kindly reminded me to mention that the previous project, Anja from Germany, who was supposed to present for ECO, sadly couldn't make it here, but her presentation will also be available on the ForestValue webpage, together with all the presentations that have been held today, just so that you know. Okay, so now we would like to welcome you, Katri.
Thank you.
And is it this one?
Yes, thanks. I keep my own computer to see the time. So I'm Katri Kärkkäinen, and I'm coordinator of this ForestValue, the assessment of trade-offs and potentials to breed and manage forests to meet sustainability goals. And this is a project that just started. And here we are. We are 5 partners from 4 countries. So there are these research units, research institutions, Luke, SLU, Nibio, and Silava, and then we have NGO Woodworks. And the total budget is about 1 million. And about this project idea, so we want to look at trade-offs or the sustainability goals. I think that we have heard several projects already discussing this matter on how to combine different sustainability goals. And here we have a bit different sort of way to look at it. We start from very small scale and go further to the national scale, and then we have the possibility to compare these scenarios from different countries, so different simulation tools will be compared. But we start from at the tree level, so that we look at the possibility to breed. And there, from the tree level, we go to the regeneration level, where we look at what is the impact of different kind of regeneration methods. And then we go to management level, where we look at the role of management and how with different kind of genetic material we can meet the sustainability goals. And then look in this work package 4, we look at this kind of very large scale level. We look at the future forest. So if we do this and that from previous steps, what will happen? What kind of outcome we will have, and how can we there meet those goals? And the traits that we are looking, it's not only growth and yield, but it is of course important. But we look at also climatic adaptation, and there not only this kind of carbon issues, but also adaptability to climate. We know that will be a very big issue. Biotic and especially abiotic stresses will be important. Then wood quality is one issue that we can address when we are working with genetic material. So what happens if we breed? What is the effect of breeding and regeneration method and management to wood quality? And then disease resistance and biodiversity are also some issues that we will address. And then in practice we have 5 work packages, and work package 1, there is Rosario, is sitting somewhere there in the back. So Sari is the work package leader in work package 1, where we assess the possibilities to breed. So there we are looking at, there are quite new methods to look at these possibilities, molecular methods and also statistical methods. And of course those have been developed and looked, but here we want to emphasize on looking at what should we breed. And if we breed this, what happens to the other traits? So we look at this kind of trade-offs. So trade-offs between growth and quality, that is something that has been studied for some years already in genetics, but also growth and growth rhythm that is connected to climatic adaptation and so forth and so on. And then we estimate the potential of genetic gain in different traits. And we've done that quite much on yield already, and now in Scandinavia, for instance, we know that the most advanced regeneration method, regeneration material that is available already and planted in forest has a genetic gain of 20% of volume growth. So that, and if you simulate that, it means that you can, for instance, in southern Finnish conditions, you can shorten the rotation period by 20 years if you wish, and get similar size trees as the unimproved would be in plus 20 years. So those are things that should be taken into account in simulations further. And then in work package 2, we have this assess forest, where Aris is also sitting somewhere here from Silava, Aris Janssons. So there we look at the impact of regeneration method. So we look at this advanced generation breeding material, compare that with even-aged forestry with natural regeneration. And then we have also continuous cover forestry. So we look at what these different kinds of regeneration methods, what they do, the overall genomic variation, and what how are the trait variations in those important traits like growth and quality and so forth. Then the work package 3, Jari is sitting over there. So Jari Hynynen from UK is leading that one. So there we look at the fact that there are different types of forests and there are different kinds of forest practices. And now we should somehow find the optimum there to meet as well as possible acceptable level of different goals combined. And there we have also these trade-offs that we have to look at. So how to combine these different goals. And then, of course, a very important factor is what is the role of improved forest regeneration material in this picture. And then the fourth one, and Clara is also sitting somewhere off there. So Clara Anton Fernandez from NIBIO is leading this, the last one of these research packages, so assess future forests, and there we try to, we use national simulators, so it's MOTTI, Heureka and CITRI, and we simulate 100 years of forest development using these new optimal methods that Jari has been developed in this work package 3, and look how we can there combine these goals together. And then 5 is something quite important for us. It's interaction and communication. There we have NIBIO. Arne is not unfortunately here, and there's no one from Woodworks either. So, but there we try to together assess the future use of wood. For instance, in tree breeding, it's extremely important for us to know what is the future use of wood. We know that we need some quite, and it will be very interesting to hear all the presentations tomorrow on this matter. So what are the important traits, and is our wood now stiff enough, and what is stiff enough, for instance? And there, Woodworks is an NGO that covers the value chain from tree breeding to different kinds of forest products. So it's sort of a very good partner for us to discuss these matters. So we assess these uses of future wood, and then we also build together these meaningful scenarios so that the scenarios are not built by researchers as such, but we have to have discussion with stakeholders so that there is sort of some kind of realism involved. And of course we will discuss together the knowledge needs for the future. And I'm the coordinator of this stuff. And for the impacts, then of course we think that this is very important, but it seems that also the evaluation committee thought that this is important, and they raised a couple of sort of themes or issues that they thought that these are important, and one is that the role of regeneration method on trait variation, that is something that hasn't been really studied much, and the other sort of big impact will come from the scenario analysis. And the value of scientific cooperation, that is a very big here in our work. It's not only like researchers, like geneticists from different countries. We have been collaborating a lot in different projects, but it's also this collaboration between geneticists and growth and yield modelers that is highly beneficial. And then I think that one key issue in our project will be that there is this collaboration between researchers and society, or the NGOs and stakeholders, so that we get a better idea on what the world needs, and they get a better tools to understand what happens if we do this or that. So, thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Katri. And with this was the last project presentation for this conference day. And we still have 5 minutes before the coffee break for some questions to both Johan, Ander, and Katri. So if you have any questions, please go ahead. Yes, Todd?
Yes, thanks for nice presentations. My question is to Johan. I find it very exciting to follow the development of these satellite-based estimates of forest conditions. I have used them in the past quite a lot, especially the Swedish ones from, what was it, 2000, 2005, and 2010. A very useful variable for us working on conservation is forest age, which was included in the past, but removed, I think, 2015. I'm lacking that a lot. It is my understanding that you simply feel uncomfortable with the accuracy of the variable, but and that's something I wonder about in general also, estimates of uncertainties of the pixel levels. If you would add that, then you could also perhaps put forest age back for us to be able to use it. It's the variable that explains much of biodiversity values the most.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, and I truly agree that we should be a little bit more brave to put out more forest variables. I mean, and it shouldn't be any problem if you put the arrow or accuracy, describe the accuracy of the estimates. So, and I think it's kind of ongoing research at the SLU now to just get this age map also. So, yeah, you don't need to wait too long, I guess. Then you will have that map as well with accuracy and arrow estimations. But it is a lot of variables that is indirectly also maybe could be used for ecosystem services that we heard this morning or before lunch. I don't know, Harald, you were mentioning a little bit that it was quite a few variables that could be used directly, but a lot of variables that could be used indirectly for ecosystem services. But I was a little bit curious about me telling questions now. Maybe it was the wrong way, but around. But I was curious little bit about these variables that you mentioned briefly. But we could take that later.
Great. We have two more questions. I'm not sure which one was the first. Yeah, and then.
I have a question to Katri. Maybe I missed it, but are you dealing also or considering also assisted migration of tree species provenances as one of your, let's say, management regeneration mechanisms?
No, not in this. Very good question, and I think that this is something that should be. It's sort of an indirectly, yeah, in a way. What we one part would be to look at the adaptability or adaptiveness of different kinds of materials to present and future climate. But this is sort of a very, very, very difficult thing, and it's sort of a very, here we can just have a very small bit of that study, so we will have a small data sets that will answer part of the question, but to completely we cannot. I think that this would be a sort of a big research project as itself. But it is sort of a, and there I think that there is a very intriguing difference between different continents, so that in northern US and North America altogether, they believe much more in this. And in European side, it's more like sort of that nature takes it. So hopefully we will have some answers on this, because we do have some data sets already that we are going to analyze, and there we get some kind of an idea of natural genetic variation in natural forest versus the breeding material. So that way, but continuous cover forestry is another thing that I'm sort of, that would be extremely intriguing, but there we do not get answers yet. That is sort of a big problem with respect of genetic studies, that we do not have that kind of data sets, and it takes time to obtain those.
Great, and then we take one more question before a coffee break.
TNE Fire Research in Norway. I have a question for Johan. Because you showed there's quite advanced now for the remote sensing technologies. Just wondering how confident is now, for example, you get information not for the trees and the crowns, but let's see the ground vegetation. So is it possible, or if so, how confident you are for that?
I mean, to also measure underneath the canopy, or?
Just because I'm doing the fire research, so it's like, for example, wildfire, then you quite often need to go to the forest, do the sampling to know how much fuel on the ground, what is depth and what are the general composition and stuff. So is it possible even from remote sensing, because you're
I mean, the technology is developing all the time, and I mean, we have seen these LiDAR measurements also. I mean, follow that during from the 80s now until today, and I mean, it will develop further. So I mean, it will be more and more samples from the space, from wearable platforms and from drones and so on. So we will get higher and higher resolution, and both in time and spatial, and also radiometric resolution from different sensors.
So you mean also in terms of spatial, like vertical resolution?
Yeah, the LiDAR is excellent for example, for capturing the vertical and horizontal structure in the forest. So that could be very useful in your project. I mean, to get hold on this kind of data sets, the LiDAR data sets. I mean, if you have very dense LiDAR sets, I mean, you have perfect data for capturing the structure of the forest.
Thank you.
Excellent. So I think we will stop here to have enough time for the coffee break. And please continue interacting with these three during the break. And then we'll meet up again at 4 o'clock. just wanted to say that we are still waiting for our next speaker, the Mariano who will present the Metropolitan Forest, right? Or is Mariano arriving? So, great, great. I know. Take the time. So is it easy on what to click for tomorrow? Yes, it was very easy actually. It was, I mean, it's just the usual things, you know, with the escape to get out of the presentation mode and then the arrows, and it was just really straightforward. Yeah. And what we have the background picture. Oh yeah, that was a little bit more tricky to find actually. I think I haven't really found the background picture. So it might should be tomorrow morning just to make sure that you can sort of switch that on. Yes, it's nicer. And I couldn't really find it. But it's there. Should be on the desktop. It is on the desktop. I just didn't want to, you know, by accident take up something like really embarrassing or something else from whoever's computer. Exactly. Great. Welcome. I will just quickly introduce you. Perfect. You can stand here. It's great. Perfect. So, everyone, I think by now we can start. And it's good that we, during the meantime, have these beautiful bags with a beautiful book. So we at least had something to do. And now I think we are all very eager to hear more about this Madrid Metropolitan Forest and the project. And we have Mariano Fuentes-Sedano, the Councillor of Municipality of Madrid, here with us. And he will tell us a little bit more about this Madrid Metropolitan Forest project. So a warm welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you so much to Science and Innovation Ministry and ForestValue, and Mika and Manuel for the organization of this Congress. Well, the Metropolitan Forest is about a good idea. It is one of those ideas that remind us why we are here and why we wanted to get involved in politics. Why we wanted to fight for the future of our city. The first time we dreamed of a forest for Madrid, a few years ago, we promised ourselves to achieve it, and now, 3 years after coming to the government of the City Council, the forest begin to exist, and we can proudly say that it will be everyone's heritage. The Metropolitan Forest, El Bosque Metropolitano, is a project of hope, a global city project for sustainability, union, future, and above all, a project that belongs to everyone. It is, personally speaking, a huge pride, a light of hope. The Metropolitan Forest places Madrid in a new league. that of the best cities in the world building big green projects of reference. We are just following the side of the times. Large projects are no longer gray. They no longer connect just vehicles. Now, they are also green. They connect ecosystems, biodiversity, and people. This century, so-called century of cities, is also the century in which we play the final game of the climate change. The Metropolitan Forest is Madrid's most ambitious commitment in this regard. It is a natural safeguard, a green guarantee against climate change, against desertification, and against pollution. What in the north of Europe would resemble another large green space, in Madrid is a lifesaver. Let me remind that you are in southern Europe, and here we are especially affected by the heat island effect. We have developed a strategy to turn it around and change heat for color. Green color, of course, what we want to be the new normal in Madrid. We want green to surround us, to embrace us along 75 kilometers of connected forest spaces, full of viewpoints and life between more than 1 million trees. Thanks to our green strategy, we have already transformed into green 1 million square meters around the city, spaces that were deteriorated and now are full of trees, including the 16 new hectares already inaugurated in the Metropolitan Forest. The Metropolitan Forest of Madrid is today the largest green project being built in Europe. It will take a decade to be finished, but that is time that things has already worldwide take. It is not a project for the next term, for the next generation. It will be an international benchmark. It already is, but also a milestone of public-private partnership, and most of all, administration-citizen collaboration, because the Metropolitan Forest belongs to everyone. It is promoted by us, the urban development area, led by the Liberal Party in the City Council. But there are many companies that are going to help us. Other public administration are also helping us, aware of the crucial importance of green future, caring for the sustainability of our city. And of course, we can afford the people of Madrid to start it up. We have already involved people in massive plantation, with the family of some of the new neighborhoods where the forest will pass. The forest is also a new way of understanding the city and offering solutions to the big old problem of pollution and lack of natural spaces in the city. We talk about sustainability, but also about quality of life. Having green areas close to home increases the quality of life in neighborhoods, especially when green areas are connected and allow family works, sports, or disconnects for day-to-day. The new urban developments of Madrid, at the south and east of the city, will have a forest nearby and not just any forest. They will surround by the Madrid Metropolitan Forest, which will unite them with the rest of the city and will increase the already very high quality of life that we have in Madrid. We are finally combining urban planning, nature, and mobility, and making Madrid green again, the best city for life, work, and raise a family. The Metropolitan Forest comes to add to the already long list of elements that make Madrid a worldwide city. Hope to see you in a decade, working through the Metropolitan Forest and enjoying what will be one of the most beautiful landmarks in your city. Meanwhile, let me thank you for being here and see it grow together. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And I think it's not only me who now look even more forward to seeing that forest. And I can only speak for myself. I must have been to 1,000 different Swedish forests, but I have never been to a Spanish forest. So I can't wait to see it. And we have about 45 minutes until the bus will leave from just here on the southeast side of the park. So depending on how close you live at your hotels, you might want to go back and then back again, or you might want to stay. But I really look forward to meet up again by the bus stop in 45 minutes. And Andreas, do you have a question?
Yeah, practical question. From the visit, do we go straight to dinner or back to the hotel in terms of change and good looks? I asked for
There should be around an hour, idle hour to refresh and pass through the hotel. The dinner would be around 8:39, and now yes, we do have also some idle time. You can walk around the garden, and we can meet. Meeting point would be the entrance door. It would be the bus would be waiting around 5 to 5. So meeting point is entrance door 5 to 5. Yeah, the rear entrance when Cuesta de Moyano would be that way. So thank you everyone, and hope to see you in the bus. Bye.
Great. Yes, that was a very relevant question, so thank you for that. All right, so let's close this first day and meet at the bus.